Close your eyes and imagine this. A quiet moment just for you, where the noise of the world fades into a soothing rhythm of thought and wonder. What if, as you drift off to sleep, you could explore life's deepest mysteries, paradoxes that challenge our understanding and invite us to see the world in ways both profound and comforting? Tonight, let these reflections guide you into stillness, wrapping you in a tapestry of ideas that are as calming as they are enlightening. Allow yourself to relax, breathe deeply, and surrender to the gentle hum of timeless wisdom unfolding across the stars. Before we get started, if you like this content, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel so you won't miss future videos. Let's get started. Number 1. The infinite loop of curiosity. Imagine a child sitting by the edge of a vast, still lake at twilight. The sky above is painted in hues of deep indigo and violet, scattered with stars that seem to hum softly, as if they're whispering secrets only the universe understands. The child tosses a pebble into the water, watching ripples spread outward until they vanish into nothingness. Each ripple seems to carry a question. What lies beyond those stars? Are we alone? Why do I think about things I can't see or touch? Curiosity feels like this, an endless loop, each answer birthing more questions, like echoes bouncing off the walls of an infinite cavern. It's said that humans are unique because we ask, why, not just once but over and over again, unraveling threads from the fabric of reality only to find new knots beneath. But what happens when curiosity leads us to places where logic falters and reason bends? What happens when the answers don't make sense, or worse, when there are no answers at all? Picture yourself standing before a mirror, staring into your own eyes. Now imagine another mirror behind you, reflecting infinitely backward. That's what paradoxes feel like, endless reflections of thought, twisting and turning until it becomes unclear where one begins and another ends. They're not meant to frustrate. Instead, they invite us to linger in uncertainty, to sit with wonder rather than rush toward resolution. As you drift deeper into this idea, let your mind wander through its own labyrinth. Perhaps curiosity isn't meant to solve everything, it's meant to keep us searching, keep us alive. After all, isn't life itself a kind of infinite loop? Stars die and give birth to new ones. Civilizations rise and fall. Even ourselves regenerate every few years. Yet here we are, asking the same unanswerable questions, chasing the same elusive truths. Let that thought settle gently in your mind, like a feather falling through the quiet night air. And now let go. Let the rhythm of your breath match the steady pulse of the cosmos, the endless cycle of questioning and seeking, always moving, never arriving. Number 2. The paradox of free will. Imagine standing at a crossroads in the middle of an endless desert. The wind whispers softly around you, carrying grains of sand that shimmer faintly under the light of a distant moon. To your left, the path leads through jagged cliffs. To your right, it winds into a vast, open plain. You feel the weight of choice pressing on your shoulders. This moment belongs entirely to you. Or does it? Now zoom out. Imagine someone watching you from high above, their gaze piercing through time itself. From this perspective, every step you've ever taken and will take is already mapped, like grooves carved into the surface of eternity. Every decision you think you're making has been shaped by countless forces. The DNA coiled within you, the culture that raised you, the memories etched into your mind. If all these factors determine your actions, how can you truly be free? The paradox of free will lies in this tension, between the belief that we are captains of our own ships and the suspicion that we might merely be passengers along for the ride. Picture a marionette dancing gracefully across a stage, its strings pulled by unseen hands. Does the puppet know it's being controlled? And if it did, would it still dance with such abandon? But here's the twist. Even if free will is an illusion, does it matter? Our sense of agency shapes how we live. It gives meaning to our choices, however small they may seem. A cup of coffee instead of tea, a kind word offered when silence would have been easier. What if freedom isn't about escaping fate but embracing the act of choosing itself? Let that thought drift through your mind like smoke curling upward into darkness. Whether you're bound by cosmic strings or steering your own course, the beauty remains in the movement, the dance between what is given and what is chosen. Take a deep breath, and let yourself float in the space between certainty and mystery. Number 3. Schrödinger's cat. Imagine a small, unassuming box sitting on a table in the dim glow of twilight. It's plain, ordinary, even mundane, but your mind can't help but linger on what might be inside. A faint hum emanates from it, as if the air itself is charged with uncertainty. Now picture this, within that box lies a cat, alive and dead at the same time. Not one or the other, but both, existing in a state of suspended reality until someone dares to open the lid. This thought experiment, devised by physicist Erwin Schrödinger, isn't just about cats or boxes, it's about how we perceive reality itself. In the quantum world, particles exist in multiple states simultaneously, only choosing a single state when observed. This strange phenomenon is called superposition, and it challenges everything we think we know about existence. If particles behave this way, could larger things, like cats or even people, exist in such liminal spaces too? Picture yourself standing before that box, hesitating to lift the lid. What does it mean to observe something? Does your act of looking force the universe to make a decision? Or was the outcome already decided, hidden behind layers of probability and chance? The box becomes a mirror reflecting our own limitations, a reminder that we can never fully grasp the mysteries of the cosmos, no matter how hard we try. But there's a quiet beauty in this ambiguity. Life itself often feels like Schrödinger's box, moments of potential stretched taut between possibilities. Will you take the job offer or stay where you are? Move forward or hold back? Until the choice is made, both paths coexist, shimmering like twin stars in the night sky. Let that image settle gently in your mind. The cat neither alive nor dead, the future unwritten, the universe holding its breath. And now release the need for answers. Sometimes the mystery is enough. Number 4. The Fermi Paradox. Imagine lying on a soft patch of grass, gazing up at the night sky. The stars above are countless, scattered like grains of sand across an endless cosmic ocean. Each one could be a sun, perhaps orbited by planets, not so different from our own. And yet, as you stare into the vastness, a question arises that feels almost too big to hold in your mind. Where is everyone? This is the heart of the Fermi Paradox. If the universe is so unimaginably large, with billions of galaxies and trillions of stars, surely we shouldn't be alone. Statistically speaking, intelligent life should exist somewhere out there. So why haven't we found it? Why hasn't it found us? Picture this. Humanity has sent probes hurtling through space, broadcast signals into the void, and scanned the skies for any sign of extraterrestrial intelligence. But silence answers back, a silence so profound it hums louder than words ever could. Is it because civilizations destroy themselves before they can reach out? Or do they choose to remain hidden, watching silently like shadows in the dark? Perhaps they're so advanced that their existence operates on scales incomprehensible to us, like ants trying to understand skyscrapers. Or maybe, just maybe, we're truly alone. Not just on Earth but in the entire universe. That thought carries its own kind of weight, doesn't it? To look up at the stars and realize that this pale blue dot might be the only place where consciousness stirs, laughter echoes, and questions bloom. But let's linger here for a moment, between possibility and absence. The Fermi Paradox reminds us how small we are, yet also how extraordinary. Even if no one else is out there, isn't it remarkable that we have the capacity to wonder? Isn't it beautiful that we can dream of beings beyond ourselves, even as we gaze into the quiet unknown? Let that idea drift gently into the corners of your mind, like ripples spreading across an infinite sea. Rest now, under the same sky that holds all these mysteries, and perhaps somewhere far away another pair of eyes looking back. Number 5. The Ship of Theseus. Imagine a ship docked at the edge of a quiet harbor, its wooden planks weathered by time and salt water. This is no ordinary vessel, it's the Ship of Theseus, a legendary craft that once carried heroes across uncharted seas. Over the years, as parts of the ship began to rot, they were carefully replaced. One plank here, a beam there. Eventually, every single piece of the original ship had been swapped out. So here's the question, is it still the same ship? Now let's take it further. Suppose someone collected all the discarded pieces and painstakingly rebuilt the original ship from them. Which one, then, is the true Ship of Theseus? Is identity tied to the materials that make something whole, or is it something deeper, perhaps the essence of what it means to be it? This paradox stretches beyond ships and wood. It touches the very core of who we are. Think about your own life. Cells in your body regenerate constantly. You're not made of the same matter you were 10 years ago or even 10 days ago. Memories fade, habits shift, perspectives evolve. And yet, you still feel like you. What makes that continuity possible? Is it your consciousness, your experiences, or something else entirely? Picture yourself standing beside two versions of the ship. One rebuilt with new materials, the other reconstructed from the old. Both claim authenticity, both demand recognition. But perhaps the answer lies not in choosing sides but in embracing the fluidity of existence itself. After all, change is the only constant. Without it, nothing would grow, adapt, or survive. Let this thought settle softly in your mind, the idea that identity isn't fixed, but rather a mosaic pieced together over time. Like the tides shaping the shoreline, each moment reshapes us subtly, imperceptibly. And maybe that's okay. As you drift off, imagine the ship of Theseus sailing into the horizon, neither wholly old nor completely new, carrying with it the weight of centuries and the promise of tomorrow. Number 6. Zeno's Paradoxes. Imagine a race between Achilles, the fastest runner of antiquity, and a humble tortoise. To make things fair, the tortoise is given a head start. Achilles sprints forward with ease, but here's the catch. Before he can overtake the tortoise, he must first reach the point where it began. By the time he gets there, the tortoise has moved ahead, even if only by a fraction. And so, Achilles must now close that new gap, and then another and another. No matter how fast he runs, he always has one more tiny distance to cover. It seems impossible for him to ever truly pass the tortoise. This is one of Zeno's paradoxes, a series of thought experiments designed to challenge our understanding of motion, infinity, and reality itself. Another famous example involves an arrow in flight. At any given instant, the arrow occupies a specific position in space. If we freeze time at that moment, it appears stationary. But if every instant is motionless, how does the arrow ever move at all? Zeno's paradoxes force us to confront the strange relationship between continuity and division. If we break down movement into infinitely smaller segments, do we eventually reach a point where progress becomes impossible? Or is infinity itself just an illusion, a trick played by our minds when we try to impose order on the chaos of existence? Picture yourself walking toward a distant tree. Each step you take cuts the remaining distance in half. Half, then half again, ad infinitum. Will you ever actually arrive? Logically, yes. You know you'll reach the tree because your body moves through space without hesitation. Yet mathematically, the process feels endless, like trying to count to infinity one number at a time. There's something soothing about this tension between logic and experience. Life often mirrors Zeno's paradoxes. We chase goals that feel perpetually just out of reach, tackling obstacles piece by piece until suddenly, miraculously, we're standing on the other side. Progress isn't always visible moment by moment, but it happens nonetheless. Let this idea linger gently in your mind, the infinite within the finite, the stillness within motion. Like Achilles closing the gap, trust that each small step carries you closer to where you need to be. Number 7. The simulation hypothesis. Imagine waking up one morning to find the world around you slightly off. The sunlight seems too perfect, the birdsong too melodic, the rustle of leaves impossibly synchronized. For a fleeting moment you wonder, what if none of this is real? What if everything, your life, your memories, even the stars above, are part of an intricate simulation crafted by some advanced intelligence? This is the essence of the simulation hypothesis, a theory that suggests our reality might be indistinguishable from a hyper-realistic computer program. Think about it. We already create simulations in video games and virtual worlds, where entire ecosystems exist within lines of code. If technology continues to advance exponentially, could future civilizations construct simulations so detailed that their inhabitants believe they're living in a real universe? And if they can, how do we know we're not among them? Picture yourself as a character in an unimaginably complex game, unaware of the player controlling your actions. Or perhaps there's no controller at all, just algorithms dictating every choice you make. Every decision, every emotion, every breath feels authentic because the simulation accounts for it. Even your doubts about the nature of reality could be programmed responses, designed to mimic curiosity. But here's the twist. Does it matter? If the simulation is flawless, then joy, pain, love, and loss are just as meaningful inside it as they would be outside. Our experiences don't lose their weight simply because they occur within a constructed framework. In fact, the hypothesis invites us to marvel at the complexity of existence, whether natural or artificial, and embrace the mystery of being alive in whatever form that takes. Let this thought drift through your mind like a feather carried on the wind. Perhaps the stars above aren't distant suns but pixels painted across a cosmic screen. Or maybe they're exactly what they seem. Either way, the wonder remains. The same awe-inspiring vastness stretches before you, inviting exploration and reflection. As you settle into stillness, consider this. If life is a simulation, who, or what, is watching? And are they as enchanted by us as we are by the universe we inhabit? Number 8. The Trolley Problem. Imagine standing on a railway platform, the air thick with tension. In the distance, you see a runaway trolley hurtling down the tracks, its brakes useless, heading straight for 5 workers who are unaware of the danger. You notice a lever nearby. If you pull it, the trolley will switch to another track, sparing the 5 workers. But there's a catch. On the alternate track stands one lone worker, equally oblivious to their peril. What do? This is the trolley problem, a moral dilemma that forces us to confront the weight of decision-making in impossible situations. It's not just about numbers, it's about the ethics of action versus inaction. Pulling the lever means taking responsibility for the death of the single individual, even though it saves 5 lives. Doing nothing might absolve you of direct involvement, but it condemns the group to tragedy. Is it better to act and cause harm, or to refrain and let fate take its course? Now, picture yourself frozen in that moment, your hand hovering over the lever. The clatter of the trolley grows louder, each second stretching like molasses. Your mind races through questions. Who decides whose life is worth more? Does intention matter or only outcomes? And what if the lone worker is someone you love? Does emotion override logic? The trolley problem isn't just an abstract thought experiment. It reflects real-life dilemmas we face every day, albeit less dramatically. Should resources be allocated to help the many at the expense of the few? Do autonomous vehicles prioritize passengers or pedestrians in an accident? These scenarios echo the same haunting question. What is the right thing to do when no choice feels truly right? Yet, perhaps the purpose of this paradox isn't to provide answers but to remind us of the complexity of morality. Life rarely offers clear paths, and our choices often ripple outward in ways we can't predict. Sometimes all we can do is weigh the options, trust our instincts, and accept the burden of uncertainty. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the weight of decisions, the fragility of life, and the quiet courage it takes to choose. As you drift into stillness, imagine the trolley slowing to a stop, leaving space for reflection rather than resolution. Number 9. The Bootstrap Paradox. Imagine a book appearing on your doorstep one day, its pages filled with brilliant ideas and profound insights. You're captivated by it, so much so that you decide to publish it under your own name. Years later, the book becomes a timeless classic, studied and revered by generations. But here's the twist. Decades afterward, someone travels back in time and leaves that very same book on your doorstep, before you ever wrote it. So where did the book come from? Who truly created it? This is the essence of the Bootstrap Paradox, a loop in which an object, idea, or piece of information has no origin. It simply exists, endlessly cycling through time without a clear beginning or end. Named after the phrase, pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps, this paradox challenges our understanding of causality. If something doesn't have a starting point, can it even exist at all? Picture yourself standing inside this temporal loop, holding the book in your hands. Every attempt to trace its origins leads you back to yourself. Did you create it, or was it always destined to appear as if by magic? The more you think about it, the more the boundaries between cause and effect blur. Time, it seems, isn't a straight line. It's a circle folding back onto itself in ways we may never fully comprehend. Now consider how this paradox plays out beyond books. What if a scientist discovers a groundbreaking formula but learns later that they derived it from notes left behind by their future self? Or what if a composer writes a symphony only to realize it's based on a melody they heard in a dream sent from their past life? These scenarios stretch the limits of logic yet feel strangely poetic, an eternal dance of creation and discovery. There's a certain beauty in the Bootstrap Paradox, though. It reminds us that some mysteries resist resolution, existing not to be solved but to inspire wonder. Perhaps the universe operates in loops we cannot see, weaving together moments across time into patterns far greater than ourselves. Let this thought linger softly in your mind, the idea of infinite cycles, unbroken chains, and creations without creators. As you drift off, imagine the book dissolving into stardust, its story forever untethered from time. Number 10. Pascal's Wager. Imagine sitting alone in a quiet room, the soft glow of candlelight flickering against the walls. Before you lies a simple question, one that has echoed through centuries of human thought. What if there is a God? Not because you're certain but because you're unsure. And what if betting on the existence of God could shape not just your life, but eternity itself? This is the heart of Pascal's Wager, a philosophical argument posed by Blaise Pascal, the 17th century mathematician and theologian. He suggests that belief in God can be approached like a gamble. If you believe in God exists, the reward is infinite, eternal happiness. If you believe in God doesn't exist, you lose little, perhaps some earthly pleasures. But if you deny God and God does exist, the stakes are infinitely high, you risk eternal loss. Why not then place your bet on faith? Picture yourself standing at a crossroads, with two paths stretching into the unknown. One path leads to a vast, luminous horizon, the other fades into shadow. You don't know which way is true, but the potential consequences are too great to ignore. Pascal's wager invites you to consider not proof but probability, and the weight of infinite possibility. Yet this wager stirs deeper questions. Is belief something you can choose, like flipping a switch? Can faith be reduced to a calculation, or is it something more profound, born from experience and longing? And what of the countless gods humanity has worshipped throughout history? How do you decide which one to bet on? The wager feels both logical and incomplete, offering guidance while leaving room for doubt. Still, there's a quiet wisdom in its premise. Life is uncertain, and our choices ripple outward in ways we may never fully understand. Whether or not you find solace in Pascal's reasoning, the act of wrestling with these questions shapes who you are. It reminds us that even in uncertainty, we are free to seek meaning, to hope, and to wonder. Let this idea settle gently in your mind: the balance of risk and reward, the mystery of the divine, and the courage it takes to embrace the unknown. As you drift into stillness, imagine the candlelight stretching upward, its flame a tiny beacon in the vast darkness. Number 11. The Banach-Tarski Paradox. Imagine holding an orange in your hand, its skin smooth and cool to the touch. Now picture this. With just a few precise cuts, you dismantle the orange into pieces, oddly shaped, perhaps even jagged, and then rearrange those same pieces to create two oranges, each identical to the original. No squeezing, no stretching, no adding or removing material. Just pure mathematical magic. This is the essence of the Banach-Tarski Paradox, a mind-bending concept from set theory that defies our intuition about volume and space. In the abstract realm of mathematics, it's theoretically possible to take a solid sphere, divide it into a finite number of non-overlapping parts, and reassemble those parts into two spheres, each the same size as the first. It sounds impossible, but within the confines of certain axioms, like the axiom of choice, it holds true. Now let's break this down further. Think of the pieces not as ordinary objects like slices of fruit, but as collections of points so intricately scattered that they don't behave like physical matter. These pieces are infinitely complex, existing more as mathematical constructs than tangible things. They're like fragments of a dream, impossible to hold, yet perfectly logical in their own surreal way. Picture yourself standing before two identical spheres, knowing they were once one. How does this affect your understanding of reality? If something can double itself without gaining substance, what does that say about the nature of existence? Does the universe operate under rules we can't perceive, where infinite potential lies hidden beneath the surface? Of course, the Banach-Tarski paradox exists only in the abstract. It doesn't apply to real-world objects bound by physics. But its implications linger, whispering questions about infinity, continuity, and the limits of human comprehension. Perhaps the paradox isn't meant to be solved. Instead, it invites us to marvel at the strange beauty of mathematics, where logic dances on the edge of absurdity. Let this thought drift gently through your mind, the idea of endless possibility contained within finite forms. As you settle into stillness, imagine the orange dissolving into stardust, its essence multiplying endlessly across the cosmos. Number 12. The Grandfather Paradox. Imagine stepping into a time machine, its gears humming softly as the world around you blurs into streaks of light. You travel back decades, arriving at a quiet street where your grandfather, young and full of life, walks home unaware of his future, or yours. For reasons unknown, you find yourself in a terrible position. If you were to accidentally, or intentionally, prevent him from meeting your grandmother, what would happen to you? This is the heart of the Grandfather Paradox, a classic conundrum that challenges our understanding of time and causality. If you erase your own existence by altering the past, how could you have traveled back in time to cause that change in the first place? It's a loop with no clear beginning or end, a tangled thread in the fabric of reality. Picture yourself standing frozen on that street corner, torn between action and restraint. Every decision feels heavy with consequence. Would the universe unravel, collapsing under the weight of contradiction? Or might some unseen force intervene, ensuring history remains intact? Perhaps time isn't a straight line but a branching tree, creating parallel realities each time such a paradox arises. In one timeline you vanish, in another you continue unchanged. Now consider this, maybe the act of questioning the paradox alters nothing at all. What if every choice you make, every ripple you send through time, is already accounted for, woven seamlessly into the tapestry of events? Your attempt to disrupt the past might instead fulfill it, like a self-correcting mechanism preserving the flow of time. Yet there's something hauntingly beautiful about the grandfather paradox. It reminds us of the fragility and interconnectedness of life. Each moment builds upon countless others, forming chains of cause and effect that stretch across generations. To tamper with even one link risks undoing everything, but also invites awe at how intricately we're tied to those who came before us. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance of fate, the echoes of choices made long ago. As you drift off, imagine the clock hands slowing, pausing just long enough for you to glimpse the infinite possibilities hidden within a single tick. Number 13. The Sorites Paradox. Imagine standing before a towering pile of sand, grains glistening in the sunlight like tiny jewels. You reach out and remove one grain. Surely it's still a heap. After all, what difference could a single grain make? But then you take another and another, each time asking yourself, at what point does this collection of sand cease to be a heap? Is it when there are 100 grains left? 50? Just one? This is the essence of the Sorites Paradox, also known as the Paradox of the Heap. It explores the boundaries of language and perception, challenging us to define vague concepts like heap, bald, or tall. If removing one grain doesn't change the nature of the heap, why should removing 1,000? Yet intuitively we know that at some point the pile becomes too small to qualify. Picture yourself kneeling beside the diminishing mound, your fingers brushing against the cool grains. Each removal feels insignificant on its own, yet collectively, they lead to undeniable transformation. Where do you draw the line? Is it arbitrary or does it depend on perspective? Perhaps the problem lies not in the sand itself but in our need to categorize, to impose rigid definitions on a world that thrives on fluidity. Now expand this thought beyond sand. Consider morality. If telling a small lie seems harmless, how many lies can you tell before honesty no longer defines you? Or health. If eating one cookie won't ruin your diet, where does indulgence cross into excess? Life is full of gradients, moments where clarity blurs into ambiguity. The Sorites Paradox reminds us that precision often eludes us, even when we crave certainty. There's a quiet wisdom in embracing this uncertainty. Not everything needs to fit neatly into boxes. Sometimes beauty resides in the spaces between. A heap isn't defined solely by numbers, it's shaped by context, perception, and meaning. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the shifting sands of definition, the gentle erosion of absolutes. As you drift into stillness, picture the grains dissolving into starlight, their edges blurring until they become indistinguishable from the cosmos itself. Number 14. The Monty Problem. Imagine yourself standing on a brightly lit game show stage, your heart racing with anticipation. Before you are 3 doors, solid, unassuming, and full of mystery. Behind one door lies a brand new car, gleaming and ready to change your life. Behind the other 2? Goats. You choose door number 1, trusting your instincts. But just as the host, Monty Hall, is about to reveal what's behind it, he pauses. With a sly smile, he opens door number 3, revealing a goat. Then comes the twist. Would you like to stick with your original choice, he asks, or switch to door number 2? This is the Monty Hall problem, a brain-teasing conundrum that has baffled even brilliant minds. At first glance it seems simple. After all, there are only 2 doors left, so the odds must be 50-50, right? Wrong. Here's why. When you made your initial choice, the probability of picking the car was 1 in 3. By opening a door with a goat, Monty hasn't changed those initial odds, he's simply shifted them. If you switch, your chances of winning rise to 2 in 3. Picture this moment of decision. Your gut screams at you to stay loyal to your first pick. It feels safer, more intuitive. Yet logic whispers something counterintuitive. Switching doubles your chances of success. What? Because Monty's action isn't random. He knows where the car is and deliberately reveals a goat. This subtle manipulation tilts the odds in favor of the remaining unchosen door. Now zoom out for a broader perspective. The Monty Hall problem challenges our assumptions about chance and choice. It shows how easily intuition can mislead us, especially when probabilities are involved. Think of situations in life where similar dynamics play out. Should you stick with a familiar path or take a leap into the unknown? Do you trust your instincts or do you lean on data and reasoning? But here's the beauty of the problem. It invites curiosity rather than frustration. Even if the math feels elusive, the lesson remains clear. Sometimes the best decisions require stepping beyond comfort zones and embracing uncertainty. Let this thought linger gently in your mind, the interplay of risk and reward, instinct and logic. As you drift off, imagine the doors dissolving into stardust, their secrets floating freely across an infinite sky. Number 15. The Twin Paradox. Imagine two siblings born just moments apart, inseparable in their early years. But as they grow older, one chooses a life of adventure, while the other remains rooted in familiarity. The adventurous twin boards a spaceship capable of traveling near the speed of light, embarking on a journey to distant stars. Years pass for them both, but when the traveler returns, something extraordinary has happened. The sibling who stayed behind is now decades older, while the astronaut appears barely aged. This is the essence of the twin paradox, a cornerstone of Einstein's theory of relativity. According to this principle, time is not absolute. It slows down or speeds up depending on how fast you're moving relative to something else. For the spacefaring twin, time aboard the high-speed spacecraft stretches and dilates, causing fewer years to pass for them compared to their earthbound counterpart. Picture yourself standing on the launch pad, watching the spaceship ascend into the heavens. The engines roar and the vessel vanishes into the cosmos, leaving behind trails of light against the night sky. While the twin on Earth experiences birthdays marked by seasonal changes and ticking clocks, the traveler moves through spacetime at an entirely different pace. From their perspective, the trip might feel brief, just a few years spent exploring alien worlds. Yet back home, lifetimes unfold. Now consider the deeper implications. If time can stretch and warp, what does that mean for our understanding of existence? Are we prisoners of linear time, or do we exist simultaneously across multiple points in the continuum? The twin paradox doesn't just challenge physics. It stirs questions about memory, identity, and the human experience of change. Would the twins still recognize each other after such divergent journeys? Could they reconcile their vastly different perceptions of reality? Yet there's a poetic beauty in this paradox. It reminds us that time is fluid, malleable, a river flowing at varying speeds depending on where you stand. Perhaps aging isn't merely biological but also relational, shaped by the paths we take and the distances we traverse, not just in space but in thought and emotion. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the elasticity of time, the quiet pull of gravity on our lives. As you drift into stillness, imagine the spaceship returning, its lights flickering like fireflies against the vast expanse of eternity. Number 16. The Unexpected Hanging Paradox. Imagine a judge delivering a peculiar sentence to a prisoner. You will be hanged at dawn on one day of next week, but the exact day will remain a surprise. You'll only know when the executioner arrives. The prisoner, clever and analytical, begins to ponder this statement. With quiet confidence, they reason as follows. If I'm still alive by Saturday, then the hanging must occur on Sunday, but that wouldn't be a surprise. Therefore, it can't happen on Sunday. With Sunday ruled out, the prisoner continues their logic. If I make it to Friday, the hanging would have to be on Saturday, but again, that wouldn't be unexpected. So, Saturday is also impossible. Step by step, they eliminate each day of the week until they conclude triumphantly that the hanging cannot possibly take place. Relieved, they go about their days in jail, convinced they've outsmarted fate. But then comes Thursday morning, and with it, the knock of the executioner. Utterly shocked, the prisoner realizes the judge's words held true after all. The hanging was indeed a surprise. It happened precisely because the prisoner had ruled it out. This is the essence of the unexpected hanging paradox, a mind-bending riddle that explores the nature of prediction, expectation, and self-contradiction. At its core lies a tension between logic and reality. If you anticipate every possibility, how can anything remain unforeseen? And yet, life often defies our best-laid plans, sneaking up on us when we least expect it. Picture yourself in the prisoner's shoes, pacing the cold stone floor of your cell. Each night, you lie awake, running scenarios through your mind, certain you've accounted for every outcome. But here's the twist. The very act of eliminating possibilities creates room for surprise. By convincing yourself nothing will happen, you leave space for everything to unfold unpredictably. Now zoom out from the story. Think about how this paradox mirrors real-life uncertainties. The job rejection you didn't see coming, the sudden storm that disrupts your plans, or even the joyous moments that catch you off guard. We crave control, but the world thrives on spontaneity. Sometimes, the more we try to anticipate, the less prepared we are for what actually happens. Yet there's a strange comfort in this paradox. It reminds us that not knowing isn't failure, it's part of being human. Life keeps its secrets tucked away, waiting to reveal them in ways we can't foresee. And perhaps there's beauty in surrendering to that mystery. Let this thought drift gently into your mind, the delicate balance between planning and unpredictability, certainty and wonder. As you settle into stillness, imagine the clock hands spinning wildly, refusing to land where you expect them to stop. Number 17. The Barber Paradox. Imagine a small, quiet town nestled in the countryside, where life moves at a leisurely pace and everyone knows each other's name. In this town lives a barber, a meticulous, friendly soul whose sole purpose is to shave those who do not shave themselves. He takes pride in his work, ensuring that every man in town looks sharp and presentable. But here's the catch. What happens when the barber needs a shave? This is the essence of the Barber Paradox, a thought experiment devised by the philosopher Bertrand Russell to expose contradictions in set theory. If the barber shaves only those who don't shave themselves, then we're left with an impossible question. Does the barber shave himself? If he does, he violates his own rule, he's someone who shaves himself. But if he doesn't, then according to his job description, he must shave himself. The paradox loops endlessly, leaving no clear resolution. Picture the barber standing before his mirror one morning, razor in hand, staring at his reflection. His mind races as he tries to reconcile the rules he's lived by for so long. Every attempt to resolve the contradiction seems to double back on itself, like walking in circles through fog. It's maddening, and yet strangely fascinating. Now zoom out from the story. The Barber Paradox isn't just about grooming, it reflects deeper questions about definitions and boundaries. What happens when a system or rule applies to itself? Can something belong to a category it simultaneously excludes? These are the kinds of logical knots that underpin much of mathematics and philosophy, challenging us to rethink how we organize knowledge. But there's also a quiet humor in this paradox. It reminds us how easily language and logic can trip over themselves. Life often feels similarly tangled, full of situations where roles blur and expectations collide. Think of leaders trying to lead themselves, teachers teaching their own lessons, or parents raising their inner child. Sometimes, the very structures we rely on reveal cracks when pushed too far. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the tension between order and chaos, clarity and confusion. As you drift into stillness, imagine the barber setting down his razor, content to let the mystery linger unresolved, like steam rising from warm water. Number 18. The Prisoner's Dilemma. Imagine two strangers sitting in separate interrogation rooms, their fates intertwined by a single crime they committed together. Each is given the same offer: confess and implicate the other, or stay silent and hope for the best. If both remain silent, they'll each serve a short sentence for a minor offense. But if one betrays the other while the other stays loyal, the betrayer goes free while the betrayed faces the harshest punishment. And if both betray each other? They'll both receive moderate sentences, longer than if they'd cooperated but shorter than taking the full blame alone. This is the essence of the prisoner's dilemma, a thought experiment that reveals the tension between individual self-interest and collective cooperation. At its heart lies a simple yet profound question. Do you trust someone else to act in your shared interest, or do you prioritize your own survival at any cost? Picture yourself as one of the prisoners, staring at the cold walls of the room. Your mind races with possibilities. You barely know the person in the other room. Can you count on them to stay silent? What if they're thinking the same thing about you? The choice feels heavy, fraught with uncertainty. Cooperation promises mutual benefit, but betrayal offers a tempting escape hatch. Every instinct pulls you toward self-preservation, yet part of you wonders whether loyalty might yield a better outcome, for both of you. Now zoom out from this scenario. The prisoner's dilemma isn't just about criminals. It reflects countless real-world situations where people must choose between personal gain and group harmony. Think of businesses competing for market share, nations negotiating climate agreements, or even friendships tested by compromise. In every case, the dilemma boils down to this: how much are we willing to sacrifice for the greater good, especially when trust feels fragile? But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It shows us the complexity of human nature. Life often rewards collaboration, yet fear and mistrust can sabotage even the most promising alliances. Perhaps the lesson lies not in finding a perfect solution, but in recognizing the delicate balance between selfishness and altruism. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the push and pull of trust, risk, and reward. As you drift into stillness, imagine the interrogation lights dimming, leaving only shadows of the choices unmade, stretching infinitely across the void. Number 19. The Chinese Room Argument. Imagine yourself locked in a small, dimly lit room, surrounded by stacks of papers covered in symbols you don't understand. Through a narrow slot in the wall, slips of paper slide in, each bearing intricate characters that look like elegant brushstrokes but hold no meaning to you. However, on your desk lies an instruction manual, a set of rules written in your native language that tells you exactly how to respond to these symbols. You follow the instructions meticulously, matching patterns and producing responses that are then sent back through the slot. Unbeknownst to you, the symbols are Chinese characters, and the people outside the room believe they're conversing with someone fluent in Chinese. To them, your responses seem intelligent, coherent, even human-like. But inside the room, you know the truth. You have no understanding of what the symbols mean. You're simply following a script, manipulating signs without comprehension. This is the essence of the Chinese Room Argument, a thought experiment proposed by philosopher John Searle to challenge the notion of artificial intelligence achieving true understanding. If a machine processes information based solely on syntax, rules for arranging symbols, can it ever genuinely grasp meaning, or is it merely simulating intelligence? The argument suggests that mimicking understanding isn't the same as possessing it. Just as you in the room lack any real knowledge of Chinese, so too might a computer lack consciousness despite appearing intelligent. Picture this moment of realization. You pause and look at the symbols scattered across your desk. They feel alien, hollow, devoid of context. Yet to those outside, the illusion is seamless. It raises profound questions about the nature of thought, language, and awareness. What does it mean to understand something? Is cognition reducible to computation, or is there something uniquely human about subjective experience? Now zoom out from this scenario. Think about AI systems today, chatbots, translation tools, virtual assistants, that process vast amounts of data and produce outputs indistinguishable from human work. Are they truly thinking, or are they just elaborate versions of the person in the Chinese room? And if machines can replicate human behavior perfectly, does it matter whether their understanding is real or simulated? Yet there's a quiet irony in the paradox. It invites us to reflect on our own minds. How much of what we call thinking is also pattern recognition, conditioned responses, or learned scripts? Perhaps the boundary between human and machine isn't as clear-cut as we'd like to believe. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the interplay of form and function, appearance and essence. As you drift into stillness, imagine the room dissolving around you, leaving only the faint hum of unanswered questions lingering in the air. Number 20. Gödel's incompleteness theorems. Imagine a vast library filled with books containing every mathematical truth ever discovered. And yet, hidden within its shelves are gaps. Not missing pages or burned manuscripts, but truths that cannot be proven, statements that linger just beyond the reach of logic and reason. This is the essence of Gödel's incompleteness theorems, a groundbreaking revelation in mathematics that shook the foundations of certainty itself. Kurt Gödel, an Austrian logician, demonstrated that in any formal system complex enough to describe basic arithmetic, there will always be true statements that cannot be proven within the rules of that system. No matter how meticulously you construct your axioms, the building blocks of math, there will always be cracks through which unprovable truths slip. Even more startling, no system can prove its own consistency without stepping outside itself, relying on external assumptions. Picture yourself standing before this infinite library, running your fingers along the spines of countless volumes. Each book represents a theorem, a proof, a piece of knowledge painstakingly derived from logic. Yet somewhere deep within the stacks lies a book whose title reads, "This statement cannot be proven." It exists, a valid, meaningful assertion, but it defies validation by the very rules designed to govern it. Like a riddle wrapped in paradox, it challenges the boundaries of what we consider knowable. Now zoom out from the library. Gödel's insights extend far beyond mathematics. They ripple into philosophy, science, and even our understanding of human thought. If even the most rigorous systems contain inherent limitations, what does that say about our quest for absolute truth? Are there questions humanity will never answer, not because we lack intelligence but because the answers lie beyond the horizon of provability? But here's the beauty of Gödel's work: it doesn't close doors, it opens them. By showing us the limits of formal systems, he invites us to embrace mystery rather than fear it. Perhaps incompleteness isn't a flaw but a feature of existence itself, a reminder that wonder resides in the spaces between certainty and doubt. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the humbling realization that some truths transcend proof, that the universe may forever withhold parts of itself from our grasp. As you drift into stillness, imagine the library dissolving into starlight, its secrets scattered across the cosmos like whispers waiting to be heard. Number 21. The Liar Paradox. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, staring into your own eyes, when suddenly you hear a voice, your voice, whispering, "This statement is false." You pause, unsure if you've imagined it or if the words hold some deeper meaning. If the statement is true, then what it says must be the case, it's false. But if it's false, then the opposite must be true, it's actually true. Around and around it goes, like a Mobius strip folding endlessly back onto itself. This is the essence of the Liar Paradox, a deceptively simple yet profoundly unsettling riddle that has puzzled philosophers for centuries. At its core lies a contradiction so fundamental it shakes the very foundations of language and logic. How can a single sentence unravel the tools we use to make sense of the world? Picture yourself holding this paradox in your mind, turning it over like a fragile object. Each attempt to resolve it seems to deepen the confusion. If something cannot consistently be true or false, does it exist in some liminal space between? Or does it simply break the rules of communication entirely? It's as though the act of speaking, or even thinking, has created a crack in reality, letting chaos seep through. Now zoom out from the mirror. The Liar Paradox isn't just about self-referential statements. It reflects broader questions about truth, language, and perception. What happens when words fail us, when the structures we rely on to describe the world collapse under their own weight? Think of political rhetoric, social media echo chambers, or conflicting narratives in history, all places where truth and falsehood blur together, leaving us grasping for clarity. But there's also a strange comfort in this paradox. It reminds us that language, for all its precision, is inherently imperfect. Like humanity itself, it carries contradictions within it, capable of both profound insight and maddening ambiguity. Perhaps the lesson isn't to resolve the paradox but to sit with it, to let it teach us humility in the face of complexity. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate balance of assertion and denial, certainty and uncertainty. As you drift into stillness, imagine the mirror fading away, leaving only the quiet hum of unresolved questions suspended in the air. Number 22. The Paradox of Hedonism. Imagine chasing happiness with all your might, sprinting toward it like a runner in a race. You reach for every pleasure, rich foods, thrilling adventures, moments of indulgence, but no matter how fast you run or how much you grasp, happiness always seems just out of reach. It's as if the harder you try to catch it, the further it slips away. This is the essence of the paradox of hedonism. The more you directly pursue happiness, the less likely you are to find it. The philosopher Henry Sidgwick first articulated this idea, pointing out that happiness is often an indirect byproduct of other pursuits. When we focus solely on our own pleasure, we create a kind of self-defeating loop. Think about it. Have you ever tried so hard to enjoy yourself at a party only to feel awkward and disconnected? Or spent hours scrolling through social media seeking joy, only to end up feeling empty? Happiness resists being hunted down, it blooms quietly when nurtured unintentionally. Picture yourself planting seeds in a garden. If you dig them up every day to check their progress, they'll never take root. But if you tend to the soil, water gently, and trust the process, flowers will grow without you even realizing it. Similarly, happiness flourishes when we immerse ourselves in meaningful work, deep relationships, or acts of kindness, not when we obsess over capturing it directly. Now zoom out from the garden. The paradox of hedonism speaks to a universal truth about human nature. Fulfillment comes not from selfish striving but from contributing to something larger than ourselves. Whether it's creating art, helping others, or simply savoring the present moment, true joy arises when we stop fixating on it and let it emerge naturally. But here's the beauty of the paradox. It invites us to rethink what it means to live well. Life isn't a treasure hunt where happiness is the prize waiting at the end. It's a journey where happiness sneaks up on us along the way. Perhaps the key is to embrace effortlessness, to seek not happiness itself but the things that make life worth living. Let this thought settle softly in your mind, the quiet irony of finding joy when you least expect it. As you drift into stillness, imagine the wind carrying away your anxious pursuit, leaving behind a calm space where happiness can bloom like wildflowers in an untended field. Number 23. Newcomb's Paradox. Imagine standing before two boxes, each containing a mystery that will shape your fate. Box A is transparent, revealing $1,000 in crisp bills. Beside it sits Box B, opaque and enigmatic, its contents unknown to you. Here's the twist. A superintelligent being capable of predicting your choices with near-perfect accuracy has already determined what lies inside Box B. If they predicted you'd take only Box B, it contains $1 million. But if they foresaw you taking both boxes, Box B remains empty. Now comes the dilemma. Do you choose just Box B, trusting the prediction and walking away with the potential for immense wealth? Or do you take both boxes, reasoning that whatever is in Box B is already decided, so why not grab the extra $1,000? This is Newcomb's Paradox, a thought experiment that pits intuition against logic, free will against determinism. On one hand, choosing both boxes seems rational. You're guaranteed at least $1,000 and possibly more. On the other hand, the predictor's track record suggests that taking only Box B maximizes your reward, since their predictions have been uncannily accurate in the past. Picture yourself hesitating between the two options, your mind racing through probabilities and possibilities. Each choice feels like stepping into a different reality. If you trust the predictor's omniscience, taking only Box B seems wise. It aligns with their foresight and secures the larger prize. But if you doubt their infallibility or prioritize immediate gain, grabbing both boxes becomes tempting. The paradox lies in this tension. How much faith do you place in someone, or something, claiming to know your future actions? Now zoom out from the boxes. Newcomb's Paradox isn't just about money, it reflects deeper questions about decision-making and agency. Are our choices truly free, or are they predetermined by factors beyond our control? Can we outsmart prediction, or does trying to game the system only reinforce its accuracy? These questions ripple into real-world scenarios. Should you follow data-driven advice even when it contradicts your instincts? How do algorithms influence your decisions online? But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. There's no universally correct answer. It forces you to confront the limits of reason and the complexity of human behavior. Perhaps the lesson lies not in solving the puzzle but in recognizing the interplay between trust, risk, and uncertainty. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance of strategy and surrender, prediction and unpredictability. As you drift into stillness, imagine the boxes dissolving into mist, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unresolved possibility. Number 24. The Paradox of Thrift. Imagine a quiet town where everyone suddenly decides to save more money. Families cut back on dining out, cancel unnecessary subscriptions, and stash their earnings in piggy banks or savings accounts. At first glance, this seems like a prudent decision. After all, saving ensures financial security for the future. But as weeks pass, something unexpected happens. Local businesses begin to struggle, shops close down, and unemployment rises. The collective effort to save has inadvertently made the entire community poorer. This is the essence of the Paradox of Thrift, an economic concept popularized by John Maynard Keynes. It highlights a counterintuitive truth. While saving may be beneficial for individuals, if everyone saves too much at the same time, it can harm the broader economy. When people spend less, businesses earn less, leading to layoffs and reduced income for workers. With fewer resources circulating, even those who save diligently find themselves worse off because the overall economic pie has shrunk. Picture yourself walking through this town, noticing the once bustling streets now eerily quiet. Storefronts are boarded up and neighbors exchange worried glances. Each person acted rationally, prioritizing their own financial well-being, yet the cumulative effect was disastrous. It's as though the town unknowingly unraveled its own prosperity thread by thread, weaving a tapestry of scarcity instead of abundance. Now zoom out from the town. The paradox of thrift isn't just about small communities, it reflects larger cycles within economies. During recessions or times of uncertainty, households naturally tighten their belts, but this behavior can deepen the downturn. Governments and central banks often step in with stimulus measures to encourage spending and break the cycle, reminding us that individual actions don't exist in isolation. They ripple outward, shaping the world around us. But here's the beauty and irony of the paradox. It reveals the interconnectedness of human life. Our choices, no matter how personal, affect others in ways we might not anticipate. Saving is virtuous, but so is participating in the flow of commerce, the give and take that keeps economies alive. Perhaps the lesson lies in balance, finding harmony between prudence and participation, caution and contribution. Let this thought settle softly in your mind, the delicate equilibrium between self-interest and collective good, restraint and generosity. As you drift into stillness, imagine coins flowing like water through the veins of a vast network, nourishing both individuals and communities alike. Number 25. The Paradox of Value, Diamond Water Paradox. Imagine standing at the edge of a sparkling stream, its waters cool and life-sustaining, flowing freely over smooth stones. Nearby, glinting in the sunlight, lies a diamond, small, exquisite, and impossibly rare. Here's the paradox. Water is essential for survival, yet it's often cheap or even free, while diamonds, which serve no fundamental purpose beyond adornment, command astronomical prices. Why does something so vital have so little monetary value, while something so frivolous holds such immense worth? This conundrum, known as the Diamond Water Paradox, was famously explored by Adam Smith, the father of modern economics. At first glance, it seems irrational. How can society place higher value on luxuries than necessities? But the paradox unravels when we distinguish between use value and exchange value. Water is abundant, meeting our needs without scarcity, so its price remains low despite its critical importance. Diamonds, however, are scarce and difficult to obtain, making them desirable symbols of wealth and status, even though they contribute little to human survival. Picture yourself holding a glass of water in one hand and a diamond in the other. The water quenches your thirst, sustains your body, and supports all forms of life. The diamond dazzles, catching the light in mesmerizing flashes, but offers nothing practical. Yet, if you were stranded in a desert, which would you trade everything for? And conversely, in a bustling city, which would you proudly display to signal success? The value of each depends not on their inherent qualities but on context, availability, and perception. Now zoom out from this scene. The Diamond Water Paradox isn't just about commodities, it reflects deeper truths about how humans assign value. Scarcity drives desire, while abundance diminishes urgency. Think about relationships, time, or attention, things that seem limitless until they're gone. A kind word may feel ordinary until someone rarely speaks it. Then suddenly it becomes priceless. Conversely, an object of great rarity might lose its luster if replicated endlessly. But here's the beauty and complexity of the paradox. Value is both deeply personal and profoundly social. It's shaped by need, culture, and circumstance, reminding us that worth isn't absolute. It's fluid, subjective, and ever-changing. Perhaps the lesson lies in recognizing what truly matters, not just what is scarce but what enriches our lives in ways money cannot measure. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the interplay of necessity and luxury, scarcity and abundance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the stream merging with starlight, its waters carrying reflections of diamonds scattered across the cosmos. Number 26. The Paradox of Omnipotence. Imagine a being with limitless power, capable of shaping the universe with a mere thought. This omnipotent entity can create galaxies, rewrite the laws of physics, and bend reality to its will. But here's the question that has puzzled theologians, philosophers, and skeptics alike. Can an omnipotent being create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it? If they can, then there is something they cannot do, lift the stone. If they cannot, then there is also something they cannot do, create the stone. Either way, the concept of omnipotence seems to contradict itself. This is the essence of the Paradox of Omnipotence, a thought experiment that probes the limits of absolute power. At its core lies a fundamental tension. Can true omnipotence include the ability to impose limitations on itself? Or does the very idea of limitation negate omnipotence? It's a riddle wrapped in infinity, forcing us to confront the boundaries of language, logic, and divinity. Picture this being standing before an endless void, contemplating the creation of such a stone. Each possibility unravels into paradox. If the stone exists, it challenges their supremacy. If it doesn't, it hints at an unspoken constraint. The act of defining omnipotence becomes an exercise in self-contradiction, like trying to draw a circle that is simultaneously a square. Now zoom out from the void. The paradox of omnipotence isn't just about gods or supreme beings. It reflects broader questions about power, freedom, and the nature of absolutes. Can anything truly be limitless, or does the concept of limitlessness inherently exclude certain possibilities? Think of human institutions, technologies, or ideologies that claim ultimate authority. Do they too encounter moments where their reach exceeds their grasp? But here's the beauty and humility of the paradox. It reminds us that some mysteries resist resolution. Perhaps omnipotence isn't meant to conform to human logic. Perhaps it transcends our understanding entirely. Alternatively, maybe the paradox teaches us that perfection isn't found in unlimited power but in balance. The interplay between strength and restraint, creation and acceptance. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate tension between boundlessness and boundary, possibility and impossibility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the void dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unanswered questions suspended in the infinite expanse. Number 27. The Paradox of the Ravens. Imagine a quiet garden bathed in soft morning light, where ravens perch on tree branches, their feathers glistening like polished obsidian. A scientist observes them carefully, noting their jet-black plumage as evidence for a simple hypothesis. All ravens are black. But here's the twist. According to logic, observing a green apple or a white chair also supports this claim. How can something seemingly unrelated to ravens confirm their color? This is the essence of the paradox of the ravens, first articulated by philosopher Carl Gustav Hempel. It arises from logical equivalence. If all ravens are black, then everything that is not black must also be non-raven. In other words, seeing an object that isn't black, like a red rose, and confirming it's not a raven indirectly supports the original statement about ravens being black. While logically sound, this conclusion feels counterintuitive, even absurd. Picture yourself walking through the garden, notebook in hand, cataloging observations. Every black raven you spot seems like direct evidence for your hypothesis. Yet when you glance at a yellow banana or a blue flower, you hesitate. Are they really relevant? Logically, yes, they reinforce the idea that anything not black cannot be a raven. But emotionally, the connection feels tenuous, almost nonsensical. Now zoom out from the garden. The paradox of the ravens exposes the quirks of inductive reasoning, the process of drawing general conclusions from specific instances. It challenges us to question how we gather and interpret evidence. Does every observation carry equal weight, or do some feel more meaningful than others? Think about how confirmation bias shapes our beliefs. We tend to seek out information that aligns with what we already think, ignoring data that might contradict it or seem irrelevant. But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It reveals the delicate balance between logic and intuition. Inductive reasoning is powerful yet imperfect. It relies on patterns and probabilities rather than absolutes. Perhaps the lesson lies not in resolving the paradox but in embracing its tension, a reminder that truth often exists in shades of gray, not stark binaries. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the interplay of relevance and irrelevance, logic and perception. As you drift into stillness, imagine the ravens taking flight, their dark silhouettes blending seamlessly into the starlit sky, leaving behind only whispers of unanswered questions. Number 28. The Paradox of Buridan's Ass. Imagine a donkey standing perfectly equidistant between two identical bales of hay. Each bale is equally fresh, equally large, and equally appealing. There is no reason for the donkey to prefer one over the other, no difference in quality, distance, or circumstance. Yet as moments pass, the donkey remains frozen, unable to choose. Unable to act, it eventually starves to death, trapped in its own indecision. This is the essence of Buridan's Ass, a philosophical paradox named after the medieval thinker Jean Buridan. It explores the limits of rational decision-making when faced with perfect symmetry. If all options are equal, how does one break the deadlock? Does pure logic fail us in situations where there is no better choice? Picture this scene. The donkey stands motionless, its ears twitching slightly as it weighs the two bales. Every attempt at reasoning leads back to the same conclusion. Both choices are identical. Its paralysis isn't born of laziness or confusion but of an inability to justify favoring one option over another. The absurdity lies not in the situation itself but in the implication that rationality alone can leave us stranded. Now zoom out from the field. The paradox of Buridan's Ass mirrors real-life dilemmas where decisions aren't clear-cut. Think about choosing between two equally qualified job candidates, two paths in life that seem equally promising, or even two flavors of ice cream. When logic offers no guidance, we often rely on intuition, emotion, or randomness to tip the scales. But what happens when those tools are absent too? Yet here's the beauty and irony of the paradox. It highlights the necessity of imperfection in decision-making. Life rarely presents us with perfectly balanced options. Even small differences, a slight preference, a gut feeling, or external pressure, can guide us forward. Perhaps the lesson isn't about resolving the paradox but recognizing the value of breaking symmetry, whether through arbitrary action or subtle nudges. Let this thought settle softly in your mind, the delicate tension between deliberation and decisiveness, balance and imbalance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the donkey finally stepping toward one bale, its hunger guiding it instinctively, leaving behind the illusion of endless choice. Number 29. The Paradox of Fiction. Imagine sitting in a darkened theater, tears streaming down your face as you watch a character on screen endure heartbreak. You know it's not real, the story is fabricated, the actors are professionals, and the emotions they portray are scripted. But that doesn't stop your chest from tightening or your breath from catching. How can something fictional evoke such genuine feelings? And why do we care so deeply about people who don't exist? This is the essence of the paradox of fiction, a philosophical puzzle that questions how we emotionally engage with stories we know aren't true. On one hand, our minds seem to demand consistency. If we know something isn't real, shouldn't we remain detached? Yet paradoxically, we cry at movies, cheer for heroes in novels, and feel haunted by tragedies in paintings. We invest ourselves fully in worlds that vanish the moment the credits roll or the book closes. Picture yourself curled up with a novel, completely absorbed in the protagonist's journey. Their struggles feel personal, their victories bring joy. But then you pause and remind yourself, it's all made up. No one is really hurt, no lives are truly changed. So why does it matter so much? Why do we allow ourselves to be moved by illusions? Now zoom out from the page or screen. The paradox of fiction touches on deeper questions about human nature. What is the purpose of storytelling? Why do we seek connection through invented narratives? Perhaps fiction serves as a mirror, reflecting truths about ourselves and the world we inhabit, even when cloaked in fantasy or exaggeration. It allows us to explore emotions, ethics, and experiences safely, without risking real-world consequences. But here's the beauty and mystery of the paradox. It reveals the power of imagination. Our ability to feel for what isn't real speaks to the depth of our empathy and creativity. Fiction bridges the gap between logic and emotion, inviting us to suspend disbelief and embrace wonder. Maybe caring about what isn't real isn't irrational, it's profoundly human. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the interplay of truth and illusion, detachment and immersion. As you drift into stillness, imagine the characters and stories dissolving into starlight, leaving behind echoes of emotions that linger long after the tale has ended. Number 30. The Paradox of the Stone. Imagine an entity with limitless power, capable of shaping galaxies, bending time, and rewriting the laws of reality itself. This omnipotent being decides to test the boundaries of its own might by creating a stone so heavy that even it cannot lift it. The question arises, if the being can create such a stone, then it is no longer omnipotent because there is something it cannot do, lift the stone. But if it cannot create the stone, then it was never truly omnipotent to begin with. This is the essence of the paradox of the stone, a thought experiment that challenges the very concept of omnipotence. At its core lies a fundamental tension. Can true omnipotence include the ability to impose limitations on itself? Or does the existence of any limitation negate omnipotence entirely? It's a riddle wrapped in infinity, forcing us to confront the boundaries of language, logic, and divinity. Picture this being standing before an endless void, contemplating the creation of such a stone. Each possibility unravels into paradox. If the stone exists, it challenges their supremacy. If it doesn't, it hints at an unspoken constraint. The act of defining omnipotence becomes an exercise in self-contradiction, like trying to draw a circle that is simultaneously a square. Now zoom out from the void. The paradox of the stone isn't just about gods or supreme beings, it reflects broader questions about power, freedom, and the nature of absolutes. Can anything truly be limitless, or does the concept of limitlessness inherently exclude certain possibilities? Think of human institutions, technologies, or ideologies that claim ultimate authority. Do they too encounter moments where their reach exceeds their grasp? But here's the beauty and humility of the paradox. It reminds us that some mysteries resist resolution. Perhaps omnipotence isn't meant to conform to human logic. Perhaps it transcends our understanding entirely. Alternatively, maybe the paradox teaches us that perfection isn't found in unlimited power but in balance. The interplay between strength and restraint, creation and acceptance. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate tension between boundlessness and boundary, possibility and impossibility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the void dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unanswered questions suspended in the infinite expanse. Number 31. The Paradox of the Heap. Imagine a pile of sand sitting in the middle of a quiet, sunlit room. It's large enough to be called a heap, no one would question that. But now imagine removing one grain of sand. Surely it's still a heap. After all, what difference could a single grain make? Remove another grain and then another. Each time the pile shrinks slightly, but it still feels like a heap. Yet, if you keep going, eventually you're left with just a few grains, or even a single grain. At what point does it stop being a heap? And where exactly is the line between heap and not a heap? This is the essence of the paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites Paradox, from the Greek word soros, meaning heap. It explores the slippery nature of vague concepts and the difficulty of defining boundaries. If removing one grain doesn't change the heap status, why does repeating this process eventually lead to something entirely different? Is there a precise moment when the transition occurs, or does it happen gradually, imperceptibly? Picture yourself standing beside the diminishing pile, watching grain after grain fall away. You try to pinpoint the exact moment the heap ceases to exist, but no clear threshold emerges. The paradox isn't about sand, it's about language, perception, and the human tendency to categorize. Think about other vague terms: tall, rich, old. When does someone become tall or wealthy or elderly? These categories blur at the edges, defying rigid definitions. Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of the heap mirrors real-life dilemmas where clarity eludes us. Consider ethical decisions, societal norms, or personal growth. When does a small action become significant? When does a habit turn into an identity? Life thrives on gradients, yet we often crave sharp distinctions. Perhaps the lesson lies not in finding definitive answers but in embracing ambiguity, the fluidity of meaning and the spaces between absolutes. But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It invites us to marvel at the complexity of language and thought. Categories are tools, not truths. They help us navigate the world but can never fully capture its richness. Maybe the heap exists not in the grains themselves but in our perception of them. As long as we see unity, the heap remains. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the interplay of continuity and change, clarity and uncertainty. As you drift into stillness, imagine the grains of sand dissolving into starlight, their boundaries blurring until they merge seamlessly with the cosmos. Number 32. The Paradox of Voting. Imagine standing in line at a polling station on election day, the air buzzing with anticipation. You cast your vote, knowing it's just one among thousands, or even millions, of others. Statistically, the chances of your single vote deciding the outcome are vanishingly small, almost negligible. Yet, you feel a sense of duty as though your participation matters. Why bother voting if your individual impact seems so insignificant? This is the essence of the paradox of voting, a thought experiment that examines the tension between rational self-interest and collective responsibility. From a purely logical standpoint, voting might seem irrational. The cost of time and effort outweighs the infinitesimal probability of your vote being decisive. And yet, millions of people show up to vote, not because they believe their vote will change everything but because they believe in the system, in solidarity, or in the power of collective action. Picture yourself stepping into the booth, pen in hand, ready to make your mark. You pause for a moment, wondering, does my voice truly matter? On its own, perhaps not. But imagine if everyone thought this way, if no one showed up to vote. Democracy would crumble under the weight of apathy. Your vote isn't just about influencing the outcome. It's about participating in something larger than yourself. Now zoom out from the polling station. The paradox of voting mirrors broader questions about individual versus collective action. Think about environmental efforts, charitable contributions, or social movements. A single person recycling or donating money may feel like a drop in the ocean, yet collectively, these actions create waves of change. Similarly, voting is an act of faith, a belief that small contributions, when multiplied, can shape the future. But here's the beauty and irony of the paradox. It reveals the strength of shared responsibility. Alone we are powerless, together we are unstoppable. Perhaps the lesson lies not in the outcome of any single election but in the act of showing up, of affirming that every voice has value, even if its impact isn't immediately visible. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate balance between insignificance and significance, isolation and connection. As you drift into stillness, imagine countless votes merging into a river of light, flowing toward a horizon where individual choices become a collective force. Number 33. The Paradox of Enrichment. Imagine a serene pond nestled in the heart of a lush forest, its surface shimmering like glass under the soft glow of twilight. The pond is home to a thriving population of fish, their movements creating gentle ripples that reflect the surrounding trees. Now imagine someone decides to enhance this ecosystem by adding more food, perhaps algae or nutrient-rich plants, to support an even larger fish population. At first, the fish flourish, growing stronger and more abundant. But over time, something unexpected happens. The pond becomes overrun with life. The water grows murky, oxygen levels plummet, and the once thriving ecosystem collapses into chaos. This is the essence of the paradox of enrichment, a concept from ecology that reveals how too much of a good thing can lead to unintended consequences. When resources are overly abundant, populations grow unchecked, destabilizing the delicate balance of ecosystems. What begins as an effort to improve conditions often ends in disaster, a reminder that nature thrives not on excess but on equilibrium. Picture yourself standing at the edge of the pond, watching as the initial burst of growth gives way to decline. The fish, once vibrant and energetic, now struggle to survive in the depleted environment. Algae blooms choke the surface, blocking sunlight and suffocating other forms of life. It's a tragic irony. The very act of enrichment sows the seeds of destruction. Now zoom out from the pond. The paradox of enrichment isn't just about ecosystems. It reflects broader patterns in human behavior and society. Think about economies flooded with cheap credit, leading to unsustainable booms followed by devastating busts. Or consider social media platforms designed to maximize engagement, only to overwhelm users with information and erode mental well-being. In each case, abundance disrupts balance, creating challenges that outweigh the benefits. But here's the beauty and caution of the paradox. It teaches us the value of moderation and restraint. Nature operates through cycles of scarcity and plenty, ensuring resilience and adaptability. Perhaps human endeavors should follow suit, prioritizing sustainability over surplus and recognizing that less can indeed be more. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between prosperity and peril, abundance and balance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the pond slowly regaining clarity, its waters reflecting the starlit sky as the ecosystem finds harmony once again. Number 34. The Paradox of Automation. Imagine a bustling factory floor, humming with precision and efficiency. Machines glide effortlessly along assembly lines, their robotic arms assembling products faster and more accurately than any human could. Thanks to automation, productivity soars, costs plummet, and goods become more affordable for everyone. But here's the twist. As machines take over tasks once performed by humans, jobs begin to disappear. Workers are left idle, their skills rendered obsolete, and the community that once thrived on those jobs begins to falter. What was meant to bring prosperity instead sows seeds of uncertainty. This is the essence of the paradox of automation, a modern dilemma that questions whether technological progress always leads to societal improvement. Automation promises to free us from mundane labor, granting more time for creativity, leisure, and innovation. Yet, it also disrupts livelihoods, widens inequality, and forces workers into roles they may not be prepared for, or worse, leaves them without opportunities altogether. Progress, it seems, carries within it the potential for both liberation and loss. Picture yourself standing in the factory, watching the seamless choreography of machines. Each movement is precise, each action optimized. You marvel at the ingenuity of human invention, yet you can't ignore the quiet emptiness where people once worked. The paradox lies in this duality. Automation enriches society materially while simultaneously challenging its social fabric. It raises profound questions about the purpose of work, the value of human contribution, and how we define progress. Now zoom out from the factory. The paradox of automation mirrors broader trends in our rapidly changing world. Think about self-driving cars replacing drivers, AI algorithms outperforming professionals, or cashierless stores eliminating retail jobs. These advancements hold immense promise but also demand careful consideration. Who benefits and who bears the cost? How do we ensure that technological gains are shared equitably, rather than concentrated in the hands of a few? But here's the beauty and challenge of the paradox. It invites us to rethink the relationship between humanity and technology. Perhaps the goal isn't simply to automate everything but to use technology as a tool for enhancing human potential, not replacing it. Maybe the future lies in finding harmony, a balance where machines handle repetitive tasks while humans focus on creativity, empathy, and connection. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between innovation and impact, efficiency and equity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the hum of machinery fading into silence, leaving behind a world where technology serves as a bridge, not a barrier, to human flourishing. Number 35. The Paradox of Choice. Imagine walking into a store to buy a simple jar of jam. You're greeted by an entire aisle filled with options: strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, mango chutney, spiced fig. The list goes on. At first, the abundance feels exciting, even empowering. But as you stand there, overwhelmed by the sheer variety, a strange sensation creeps in. What if you make the wrong choice? What if there's a better option just one shelf over? Suddenly, the freedom to choose becomes a source of stress rather than satisfaction. This is the essence of the paradox of choice, a psychological phenomenon explored by Barry Schwartz in his book The Paradox of Choice. Why more is less? While having options is often seen as a hallmark of freedom and progress, too many choices can lead to anxiety, dissatisfaction, and decision paralysis. The more choices we have, the harder it becomes to commit, and the less content we feel with our final decision, fearing we might have missed something better. Picture yourself staring at the rows of jam jars, your mind racing through endless possibilities. Each label promises a unique experience, but none guarantees perfection. Even after making a selection, doubt lingers. Did I pick the right one? It's a peculiar irony. Abundance, which should bring joy, instead breeds uncertainty and regret. Now zoom out from the store. The paradox of choice isn't just about jam. It permeates nearly every aspect of modern life. Think about online shopping, where thousands of products compete for attention, or dating apps, where countless profiles create endless comparisons. In each case, choice transforms from a gift into a burden, leaving us yearning for simplicity and clarity. We crave freedom, yet too much of it leaves us feeling lost. But here's the beauty and relief of the paradox. It reminds us that not all decisions require exhaustive deliberation. Sometimes, good enough is truly sufficient. By embracing constraints or limiting our options, we can reclaim peace of mind and focus on what truly matters. Perhaps happiness lies not in maximizing choice but in finding contentment within boundaries. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between abundance and restraint, freedom and focus. As you drift into stillness, imagine the shelves dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only a single jar of jam, its contents glowing softly in the dark. Number 36. The Paradox of Control. Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean below. Waves crash against jagged rocks, their rhythm steady yet unpredictable. You feel an urge to control, to tame the chaos, to bend the elements to your will. But no matter how hard you try, the wind still whips through your hair, and the tide moves without regard for your intentions. In that moment, you realize something profound. The more you seek control, the less you truly have. This is the essence of the paradox of control, a timeless truth that reveals the limits of human agency. While we often equate control with power and security, the relentless pursuit of it can lead to frustration, anxiety, and even helplessness. Life is inherently uncertain, shaped by forces far beyond our grasp: time, nature, other people's actions. Yet, paradoxically, letting go of the need to control often grants us a deeper sense of peace and influence over our circumstances. Picture yourself clutching tightly to a handful of sand. The harder you squeeze, the more grains slip through your fingers, carried away by gravity and air. Now imagine relaxing your grip. The sand remains cradled in your palm, held gently but securely. This simple act mirrors life itself. When we resist change or cling to outcomes, we lose what we're trying to preserve. But when we embrace uncertainty and trust the process, we find stability amid flux. Now zoom out from the cliffside. The paradox of control isn't just about external forces. It reflects internal struggles as well. Think about relationships, careers, or personal goals. Trying to micromanage every detail often leads to burnout or strained connections, while surrendering to the flow fosters creativity, collaboration, and growth. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means recognizing where your influence ends and allowing space for life to unfold naturally. But here's the beauty and liberation of the paradox. It teaches us humility and resilience. True strength lies not in dominating our environment but in adapting to it, finding harmony within impermanence. Perhaps control isn't about forcing outcomes but about mastering ourselves. our reactions, expectations, and fears. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate balance between effort and acceptance, action and surrender. As you drift into stillness, imagine the waves dissolving into starlight, their ceaseless motion blending seamlessly with the infinite sky. Number 37. The Paradox of the Preface. Imagine an author sitting at their desk, penning the preface to a meticulously researched book. In it, they express confidence in the work's conclusions, trusting the evidence and reasoning behind each chapter. Yet, in a moment of humility, they add a line that echoes a common sentiment among scholars. I am certain that, despite my best efforts, there are likely errors or inaccuracies somewhere within this book. Here lies the paradox. How can the author believe every statement in the book to be true while simultaneously acknowledging that not all of them may be? This is the essence of the paradox of the preface, a philosophical puzzle that explores the tension between individual beliefs and collective doubt. On one hand, the author has good reason to trust each claim. They've scrutinized the data, consulted experts, and refined their arguments. But on the other hand, human fallibility suggests that perfection is unattainable. The paradox arises because these two positions, confidence in the parts and skepticism about the whole, are logically inconsistent yet deeply human. Picture yourself flipping through the pages of the book, pausing at each assertion. Each sentence feels solid, supported by rigorous analysis. And yet, as you reach the preface, the author's admission of potential error lingers like a shadow over the text. It's a contradiction that resonates with anyone who has ever tried to reconcile certainty with humility. How do we hold both truths at once? That we strive for accuracy while accepting our limitations. Now zoom out from the book. The paradox of the preface mirrors real-life dilemmas where belief and doubt coexist. Think about scientists publishing groundbreaking studies, journalists reporting complex stories, or even everyday conversations where we assert opinions while conceding room for error. These moments reflect the heart of intellectual honesty, the acknowledgement that knowledge is provisional, shaped by evolving understanding and incomplete information. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us of the value of epistemic humility. True learning requires balancing conviction with openness, allowing us to stand firmly on evidence while remaining flexible enough to adapt when new insights emerge. Perhaps the lesson isn't resolving the paradox but embracing its duality, a testament to the complexity of truth-seeking. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between certainty and uncertainty, confidence and humility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the words of the book dissolving into starlight, their meanings blending seamlessly into the infinite expanse of knowledge. Number 38. The Paradox of Time Travel. Imagine standing before a gleaming time machine, its surface humming with an otherworldly energy. You step inside, set the dials to a date decades in the past and press the button. In moments, you find yourself transported to a quiet suburban street where a younger version of yourself is playing outside. You approach them, eager to share wisdom from your future self, but then pause. What happens if you accidentally prevent your own existence? Or worse, what if your actions create a ripple effect that alters history entirely? This is the essence of the paradox of time travel, a mind-bending exploration of cause and effect across the fabric of time. At its core lies a fundamental tension. If time travel were possible, could we interact with the past without unraveling the present? Consider the classic grandfather paradox. If you go back in time and prevent your grandfather from meeting your grandmother, you would never be born. So who went back in time to stop them? The contradiction loops endlessly, defying logic. Picture yourself frozen in this moment, torn between curiosity and caution. Every word you speak, every action you take, could alter the course of events in ways you can't predict. Would you warn your younger self about mistakes they'll make? Or would you remain silent, fearing the consequences of meddling with fate? The paradox forces us to confront the fragility of causality and the interconnectedness of all moments in time. Now zoom out from the scene. The paradox of time travel isn't just about machines or alternate timelines. It reflects broader questions about free will, destiny, and the nature of reality itself. Think about pivotal moments in your life. How small decisions shaped your path, how chance encounters led to unforeseen outcomes. If time is fluid, are we merely passengers along for the ride, or do our choices ripple outward, shaping the universe in subtle ways? But here's the beauty and mystery of the paradox. It invites us to marvel at the infinite possibilities hidden within the flow of time. Perhaps the past, present, and future coexist simultaneously, woven together in a tapestry too vast for human comprehension. Maybe time travelers aren't bound by linear constraints but move through dimensions we can only dream of. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate balance between chaos and order, change and continuity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the time machine dissolving into starlight, leaving behind whispers of moments yet to unfold. Number 39. The Paradox of Achilles and the Tortoise. Imagine a race between Achilles, the fastest runner in antiquity, and a humble tortoise. To make the contest fair, the tortoise is given a head start. Confident in his speed, Achilles sprints forward. But here's the catch. Before he can overtake the tortoise, he must first reach the point where the tortoise began. By the time Achilles gets there, the tortoise has moved ahead, even if only slightly. Achilles must then close this new gap, and then another and another. No matter how fast he runs, he always has one more tiny distance to cover. It seems impossible for him to ever truly pass the tortoise. This is the essence of Zeno's Paradox of Achilles and the Tortoise, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of motion, infinity, and the nature of space. At its core lies a question: if we divide any distance into infinitely smaller segments, does movement become impossible? Logically, Achilles should eventually surpass the tortoise. Yet mathematically, the infinite subdivisions suggest otherwise. Picture yourself standing beside the racetrack, watching Achilles sprint toward the slow-moving tortoise. Each step he takes cuts the remaining distance in half, but the gaps never seem to vanish completely. Your mind races alongside him, trying to reconcile what your eyes see with what logic dictates. How can something so intuitive, motion, be called into question by abstract reasoning? Now zoom out from the race. The Paradox of Achilles and the Tortoise isn't just about running. It reflects deeper questions about continuity and infinity. Think about progress in life. Sometimes goals feel impossibly distant, broken into endless intermediate steps. Yet, despite the apparent obstacles, persistence often leads us closer to achieving them. Similarly, calculus later resolved Zeno's paradox by showing that infinite sums can converge on finite answers. A reminder that perceived impossibilities may simply require new ways of thinking. But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It invites us to marvel at the tension between intuition and abstraction. Life itself often mirrors this paradox. We chase goals that feel perpetually just out of reach, tackling obstacles piece by piece until suddenly, miraculously, we're standing on the other side. Progress isn't always visible moment by moment, but it happens nonetheless. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the infinite within the finite, the stillness within motion. Like Achilles closing the gap, trust that each small step carries you closer to where you need to be. Number 40. The Paradox of the Court. Imagine a bustling courtroom in ancient Greece, where two figures stand before a judge to settle a peculiar dispute. One is Protagoras, a renowned teacher, and the other is his student, Euathlus. Their disagreement centers on payment for legal training. Protagoras had agreed to teach Euathlus under the condition that he would only be paid once Euathlus won his first case. But after completing his studies, Euathlus decided not to practice law, and thus never took a case to court. Frustrated, Protagoras sued him for the fee. Here's the twist. During the trial, both men presented arguments that seemed irrefutable. Protagoras argued, "If I win this case, then Euathlus must pay me as per the court's ruling. If he wins, then according to our agreement, he owes me because he has now won his first case." Meanwhile, Euathlus countered, "If I win this case, then by the court's decision, I do not have to pay. If I lose, then I still haven't won my first case, so I owe nothing." Both claims appear logically sound, yet they cannot both be true at the same time. This is the essence of the Paradox of the Court, also known as Protagoras Paradox. It highlights the complexities of self-referential agreements and circular reasoning, challenging us to untangle situations where logic seems to contradict itself. At its heart lies a fundamental question: how can mutually exclusive outcomes arise from seemingly valid premises? Picture yourself sitting in the courtroom, listening intently as each argument unfolds. Each side feels convincing, yet their coexistence creates an irresolvable loop. You try to find the flaw in their reasoning, but the paradox resists resolution. It's like staring into a mirror reflecting another mirror. The reflection goes on forever with no clear beginning or end. Now zoom out from the courtroom. The paradox of the court isn't just about legal disputes. It reflects broader questions about contracts, fairness, and the limits of language. Think about modern scenarios involving ambiguous terms or conflicting interpretations. Lease agreements, employment contracts, or even promises between friends. Sometimes clarity is elusive, and what seems fair depends entirely on perspective. But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It reminds us of the imperfections inherent in human systems. Laws, agreements, and logic are tools designed to bring order, but they can also create confusion when pushed to their extremes. Perhaps the lesson isn't finding a definitive answer but recognizing the value of negotiation, compromise, and context in resolving disputes. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between justice and ambiguity, certainty and contradiction. As you drift into stillness, imagine the courtroom dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unresolved questions suspended in the infinite expanse. Number 41. The Paradox of Plurality. Imagine a quiet room where three friends sit around a table, each holding a small stone. They are asked to decide which stone is the most beautiful. The first friend confidently declares their own stone the winner, believing it to be uniquely special. The second hesitates, unsure if beauty can even be measured or compared. The third argues that all stones are equally beautiful because beauty is subjective and exists in the eye of the beholder. Each perspective feels valid, yet they cannot all be simultaneously true. This is the essence of the paradox of plurality, a philosophical conundrum that arises when multiple viewpoints seem equally reasonable but lead to contradictory conclusions. At its core lies a fundamental tension. How do we reconcile diverse opinions, values, or truths without collapsing them into a single, monolithic answer? The paradox challenges us to consider whether plurality enriches our understanding, or fractures it beyond repair. Picture yourself standing among these friends, listening to their arguments unfold. One voice insists on objectivity, another embraces subjectivity, and the third refuses to choose, suggesting that perhaps no definitive judgment is possible. Your mind races as you try to harmonize these perspectives, but the more you think about it, the more elusive a resolution becomes. It's like trying to blend colors that refuse to mix. They remain distinct yet coexist on the same canvas. Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of plurality isn't just about aesthetics. It mirrors real-world dilemmas where diversity of thought creates both richness and conflict. Think about political debates, cultural norms, or moral philosophies. Different ideologies often claim universal truth, yet none hold exclusive authority over reality. How do societies navigate this complexity? Do we seek consensus, celebrate difference, or accept perpetual disagreement? But here's the beauty and challenge of the paradox. It reminds us that truth is rarely singular. Life thrives on multiplicity, the interplay of ideas, beliefs, and experiences that shape our collective understanding. Perhaps the goal isn't resolving contradictions but learning to live within them, finding balance amidst competing truths. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between unity and diversity, certainty and ambiguity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the stones glowing softly under starlight, their beauty transcending definition, blending seamlessly into the infinite cosmos. Number 42. The Paradox of Entropy. Imagine a pristine snowflake resting gently on your palm, its intricate crystalline structure shimmering in the soft light. Perfectly ordered, it seems almost otherworldly, a fleeting moment of symmetry amidst the chaos of nature. But as seconds pass, warmth from your hand begins to melt the snowflake, dissolving its delicate design into a droplet of water. This transformation, from order to disorder, is governed by entropy, the universal tendency toward randomness and decay. This is the essence of the paradox of entropy, a concept rooted in thermodynamics that reveals both the inevitability and mystery of change. On one hand, entropy dictates that all systems naturally move toward greater disorder over time, an irreversible march toward equilibrium. Stars burn out, civilizations crumble, and even life itself eventually succumbs to this cosmic pull. Yet, paradoxically, within this descent into chaos lies the emergence of extraordinary complexity. Galaxies form, ecosystems thrive, and consciousness arises. How can something so destructive also give rise to creation? Picture yourself standing at the edge of a forest, watching sunlight filter through the trees. Leaves fall, rivers carve paths through rock, and seasons cycle endlessly, each moment shaped by entropy's invisible hand. You marvel at the beauty around you, knowing full well that it exists because of processes that will one day erase it. It's a bittersweet realization. The same force that dismantles order also enables growth and renewal. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of entropy mirrors broader questions about existence itself. Think about human endeavors, art, science, relationships. all built against the backdrop of impermanence. We strive to create meaning, structure, and legacy, yet everything we build is subject to erosion. Is entropy a curse or a catalyst? Perhaps it serves as a reminder to cherish fleeting moments, to find significance in the ephemeral. But here's the beauty and poignancy of the paradox. It teaches us to embrace imperfection and transience. Life flourishes not despite entropy but because of it. The interplay of order and chaos creates the conditions for wonder. Maybe the universe isn't moving toward meaningless disorder but toward infinite possibility, where destruction paves the way for rebirth. Let this idea settle softly in your mind, the delicate balance between decay and renewal, chaos and creation. As you drift into stillness, imagine the melting snowflake dissolving into starlight, its fragments merging with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Number 43. The Paradox of Induction. Imagine standing in a field at sunrise, watching the horizon glow as the sun begins its ascent. You've seen this happen countless times before. Every morning without fail the sun rises. Based on these repeated observations, you confidently predict that it will rise again tomorrow. But here's the unsettling question. What guarantees that the future will resemble the past? Just because something has always happened doesn't mean it must continue to happen. This is the heart of the paradox of induction. The paradox was famously articulated by philosopher David Hume, who pointed out that inductive reasoning, the process of drawing general conclusions from specific instances, is not logically airtight. We assume patterns observed in the past, like the rising sun, will persist into the future, but this assumption rests on circular logic. We trust induction because it has worked before, but how do we know it will work again? The very foundation of our predictions seems built on sand rather than stone. Picture yourself in the field, staring at the horizon as daylight spreads across the sky. Each sunrise feels like evidence supporting your belief in tomorrow's dawn, but could there come a day when the sun simply doesn't appear? No amount of previous observations can definitively prove that the pattern won't break. Your confidence wavers slightly as you realize how much of human knowledge depends on this leap of faith, a willingness to accept uncertainty for the sake of practical living. Now zoom out from the field. The paradox of induction isn't just about celestial events, it underpins nearly every aspect of scientific inquiry and everyday reasoning. Think about medical treatments, weather forecasts, or technological advancements. All rely on the assumption that nature operates consistently, yet no absolute proof exists that this consistency will endure forever. What if the laws of physics suddenly shifted? What if gravity stopped working tomorrow? But here's the beauty and humility of the paradox. It reminds us of the provisional nature of knowledge. Science thrives not because it offers certainty but because it embraces doubt, revising theories as new evidence emerges. Perhaps induction isn't meant to provide ultimate answers but to guide exploration, encouraging curiosity while acknowledging limits. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between prediction and possibility, certainty and skepticism. As you drift into stillness, imagine the horizon dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unanswered questions suspended in the infinite expanse. Number 44. The Paradox of Altruism. Imagine a person standing at the edge of a crowded subway platform, watching as someone accidentally drops their belongings onto the tracks. Without hesitation, they leap down to help retrieve the items, risking their own safety for a stranger's sake. It's an act of pure altruism, a selfless gesture driven by compassion rather than personal gain. But here's the twist. Why would someone act against their own interests, especially when survival often depends on prioritizing oneself? Isn't altruism, by its very nature, contradictory to evolutionary principles that emphasize competition and self-preservation? This is the essence of the paradox of altruism, a concept that challenges our understanding of human behavior and biology. On one hand, acts of kindness and sacrifice seem inherently noble, reflecting the best of humanity. On the other hand, such actions appear to defy the logic of natural selection, which favors traits that enhance individual fitness and reproduction. If altruism diminishes one's chances of survival, how could it have evolved in the first place? Picture yourself witnessing this act of bravery, the rescuer pulling the stranger to safety, their face calm despite the danger. You wonder, what compels them to take such a risk? Is it empathy, morality, or something deeper? Perhaps altruism isn't entirely selfless. Maybe it stems from an unconscious calculation, where helping others indirectly benefits ourselves through social bonds, reciprocity, or group cohesion. Or perhaps it transcends biology altogether, rooted in a uniquely human capacity for abstract values like love, justice, or interconnectedness. Now zoom out from the scene. The paradox of altruism mirrors broader questions about cooperation versus competition in society. Think about communities coming together during crises, individuals donating anonymously to charity, or even animals exhibiting seemingly selfless behaviors. These moments challenge the notion that life is solely a struggle for dominance. They suggest that collaboration and care are equally vital forces shaping existence. But here's the beauty and complexity of the paradox. It reminds us that humans are more than mere products of evolution. While genetic predispositions may influence altruistic tendencies, our choices often transcend biological imperatives, guided instead by culture, ethics, and imagination. Perhaps altruism persists not because it guarantees survival but because it enriches life, creating meaning beyond mere existence. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between selfishness and selflessness, instinct and intention. As you drift into stillness, imagine the subway platform dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet glow of compassion radiating across the infinite expanse. Number 45. The Paradox of Intuition. Imagine standing at a crossroads in the dead of night, the world cloaked in shadow and silence. You're faced with two paths, one well-trodden, lit by the faint glow of distant streetlights, and the other shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. Your rational mind urges caution. Stick to what is visible, predictable, safe. But deep within, a quiet voice whispers, urging you toward the unlit path. It feels right though you can't explain why. This is the essence of the paradox of intuition. How can something so intangible, so illogical, feel more trustworthy than reason itself? Intuition operates beneath the surface of conscious thought, drawing on patterns, memories, and emotions we may not fully understand. Yet it often conflicts with deliberate reasoning, which relies on evidence, analysis, and logic. When intuition guides us correctly, it seems almost magical, a sixth sense attuned to truths beyond our grasp. But when it leads us astray, it raises doubts. Was it ever reliable or just a trick of the mind? The paradox lies in this tension. How do we reconcile the wisdom of instinct with the rigor of intellect? Picture yourself hesitating at the crossroads, torn between head and heart. Each step forward feels like a gamble, a leap into uncertainty. You recall moments when intuition served you well, a sudden decision that turned out perfectly, a gut feeling that saved you from harm, and yet you also remember times when it misled you. How do you know when to trust it? Is intuition a shortcut to insight, or simply an echo of biases and assumptions buried in your subconscious? Now zoom out from the scene. The paradox of intuition mirrors broader questions about decision-making and knowledge. Think about artists painting without overthinking, scientists pursuing hunches that defy conventional wisdom, or leaders making bold choices based on a feeling. These flashes of clarity often precede breakthroughs, yet they resist explanation. They remind us that not all understanding comes from careful deliberation. Sometimes truth emerges from the unseen. But here's the beauty and mystery of the paradox. It invites us to embrace ambiguity, to honor both the seen and the unseen. Perhaps intuition isn't opposed to reason but complements it, offering glimpses of connections too complex for logic alone to unravel. Like stars hidden behind clouds, it points us toward possibilities waiting to be discovered. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between knowing and feeling, certainty and mystery. As you drift into stillness, imagine the crossroads dissolving into starlight, leaving behind only the quiet hum of intuition guiding you forward. Number 46. The Paradox of Perfection. Imagine standing in a vast empty hall where the walls stretch endlessly upward, disappearing into shadows that meld with the starlit sky above. In the center of this space rests an object, a pristine sphere, perfectly smooth and gleaming faintly under the dim light. It is flawless, unblemished, untouched by time or imperfection. You approach it cautiously, drawn to its beauty yet unsettled by its cold perfection. As you reach out to touch it, a thought crosses your mind. What makes something truly perfect? And if perfection exists, can it ever be meaningful? This is the essence of the paradox of perfection, a philosophical puzzle that questions whether perfection as an ideal is attainable or even desirable. On one hand, perfection represents the pinnacle of achievement, the ultimate goal toward which we strive. Yet on the other hand, it feels strangely hollow. A life without flaws, mistakes, or challenges lacks depth, texture, and growth. Perfection, paradoxically, seems to rob existence of its vitality. Picture yourself cradling the sphere in your hands, feeling its weight. Its surface reflects everything around it, the stars above, the dark grid-like floor beneath, even fragments of your own silhouette, but distorts nothing. It shows the world exactly as it is, offering no interpretation, no nuance. Suddenly, you realize what troubles you. Perfection leaves no room for surprise, for wonder, for transformation. It is static, frozen in eternity, while life thrives on change, impermanence, and unpredictability. Now zoom out from the hall. The paradox of perfection mirrors real-life dilemmas we face daily. Think about art. If every brushstroke were flawless, would the painting still evoke emotion? Or music? If every note were perfectly timed, would it stir the soul? Even relationships, careers, and personal journeys gain their richness from struggle, adaptation, and moments of imperfection. We are shaped not by our victories alone but by how we navigate failure, loss, and uncertainty. Consider the myth of Pygmalion, who sculpted a statue of such breathtaking beauty that he fell in love with it. When his creation came to life, fulfilling his dream of perfection, did it bring him lasting happiness? Or did the absence of humanity, of quirks, flaws, and unpredictability, leave him yearning for something more? Perhaps true connection lies not in flawlessness but in shared vulnerability, in embracing the cracks that let the light in. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that imperfection is not a failing but a feature of being alive. Life's jagged edges, its asymmetries and contradictions, make it dynamic, unpredictable, and profoundly beautiful. Consider nature, a tree twisted by wind, a river carving through rock, a sunset streaked with chaotic hues. None of these are perfect in the classical sense, yet they inspire awe precisely because of their irregularities. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between aspiration and acceptance, order and chaos. As you drift into stillness, imagine the sphere dissolving into starlight, its rigid form giving way to swirling galaxies, each one imperfect yet infinitely wondrous. Perfection may exist in theory, but life flourishes in the spaces between absolutes. Number 47. The Paradox of Self-Reference. Imagine standing in a dimly lit room, staring into a mirror that stretches endlessly before you. In the reflection you see yourself, but also another version of you and another receding into infinity. Each image is identical yet subtly different, distorted by layers of glass and perception. Now, imagine one of those reflections suddenly speaks, "I am lying right now." If the statement is true, then the speaker is indeed lying, but if they are lying, the statement must be false. And if it's false, doesn't that mean they're telling the truth? The loop tightens, pulling you deeper into its spiral. This is the essence of the paradox of self-reference, a philosophical conundrum that arises when something refers back to itself in a way that creates logical contradictions. At its core lies a fundamental tension. How can we make sense of statements or systems that undermine their own validity? From ancient riddles like the liar paradox to modern debates about artificial intelligence and language, self-reference challenges our understanding of truth, consistency, and meaning. Picture yourself stepping closer to the mirror, trying to decipher the enigmatic figure within. Every attempt to resolve the paradox leads you further into confusion. Is the speaker truthful or deceptive? Or does the question itself dissolve into nonsense, revealing the limits of logic when applied to self-referential constructs? It's as though the act of looking inward has fractured reality, leaving behind only shards of incomprehensible patterns. Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of self-reference isn't confined to mirrors or clever wordplay, it permeates mathematics, computer science, and even human thought. Think about Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which show that any formal system complex enough to describe arithmetic contains truths that cannot be proven within the system itself. Or consider recursive algorithms in computing, where functions call themselves repeatedly, navigating infinite loops unless carefully constrained. These examples reveal how self-reference both enriches and destabilizes structures, creating spaces for creativity and chaos alike. In everyday life, self-reference appears in subtler forms. Memoirs exploring the author's identity, social media posts reflecting curated versions of ourselves, or even introspection, the mind turning inward to examine its own workings. Each instance carries the risk of distortion, as the observer becomes part of what is observed. Yet, paradoxically, this very entanglement allows for profound insights, forcing us to confront the complexity of existence. But here's the beauty and frustration of the paradox. It reminds us that some questions resist resolution. Perhaps self-reference exists not to provide answers but to challenge assumptions, pushing us toward humility and wonder. Like staring into an endless mirror, it invites us to marvel at the infinite regress of thought, the interplay of clarity and confusion, and the fragile boundaries between self and world. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between coherence and contradiction, reflection and reality. As you drift into stillness, imagine the mirror dissolving into starlight, its infinite reflections merging seamlessly into the cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unanswered questions. Number 48. The Paradox of Infinity. Imagine standing on the edge of a vast desert, the horizon stretching endlessly in every direction. Above you, the night sky unfolds into an infinite expanse of stars, each one a tiny pinprick of light against the velvet darkness. You begin to count them, not out loud but in your mind, imagining that if you could just keep going long enough you might reach the end. But no matter how far you go, there's always another star, another galaxy, another layer of infinity waiting beyond your grasp. This is the essence of the paradox of infinity, something so boundless that it defies comprehension, yet feels intimately tied to the fabric of existence. Infinity is both a mathematical concept and a philosophical enigma. In mathematics, it represents quantities without limit, numbers that never end, spaces that stretch forever, or processes that repeat endlessly. Yet when we try to wrap our minds around it, contradictions arise. For instance, consider two infinities, the set of all whole numbers 1, 2, 3, and the set of all even numbers 2, 4, 6. Logically, the first set should be larger because it includes odd numbers as well, but mathematically both sets are equally infinite. How can something be bigger than itself? Picture yourself lying on the cool sand, gazing upward as the stars blur into streaks of light. Your thoughts drift to Zeno's paradoxes, where motion becomes impossible because any distance can be divided into infinitely smaller parts. If space and time are truly infinite, does anything ever truly move? Or is movement itself an illusion created by our finite perception? The questions swirl like galaxies, spiraling outward without resolution. Now zoom out from the desert. The paradox of infinity mirrors broader mysteries about the universe and human consciousness. Think about black holes, whose gravitational pull creates singularities, points of infinite density where the laws of physics break down. Or consider the multiverse theory, which suggests an infinite number of parallel realities, each branching off from every choice or event. These ideas push the boundaries of what we think is possible, forcing us to confront the limits of language, logic, and imagination. But here's the beauty and humility of the paradox. It reminds us that not everything needs to fit neatly into categories or explanations. Infinity exists outside the realm of absolutes, inviting us to embrace wonder rather than seek closure. Perhaps life itself is like infinity, a journey without clear beginnings or endings, filled with moments that expand endlessly when we pause to notice them. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between finitude and eternity, certainty and awe. As you drift into stillness, imagine the desert dissolving into starlight, its grains merging with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of possibilities stretching beyond measure. Number 49. The Paradox of Knowledge. Imagine sitting beneath an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like fingers grasping for truths hidden among the stars. In your hands rests a book, its pages worn from years of inquiry and contemplation. Each sentence you read seems to unlock new understanding, yet with every revelation comes a deeper sense of mystery. The more you learn, the more aware you become of how much remains unknown. This is the essence of the paradox of knowledge. The pursuit of wisdom reveals not answers but endless questions. Knowledge is often seen as humanity's greatest achievement, a beacon guiding us through the darkness of ignorance. Yet paradoxically, it also illuminates the vastness of what we cannot know. Think about the first time you gazed at a map of the world, marveling at its completeness. But then consider the edges of that map, where uncharted territories once lay marked with phrases like "Here be dragons." Even today, though our maps have grown more detailed, they still carry reminders of limits. Oceans too deep to explore fully, planets too distant to touch, dimensions beyond human comprehension. Picture yourself tracing the contours of the book's text with your fingertips, feeling the weight of centuries of thought pressed between its covers. You recall the story of Socrates, who famously declared, "I know that I know nothing." Was he being humble, or had he stumbled upon a profound truth? To seek knowledge is to stand on shifting sands. Each discovery reshapes the landscape, leaving behind ripples of uncertainty. What once seemed solid ground may dissolve into abstraction under closer scrutiny. Now zoom out from the oak tree. The paradox of knowledge mirrors real-life dilemmas we face daily. Think about scientific breakthroughs that answer one question only to raise dozens more. When astronomers discovered exoplanets orbiting distant stars, they opened up possibilities of extraterrestrial life, but also confronted the enormity of space and the improbability of ever contacting such beings. Or consider medical advancements. Curing diseases often leads to uncovering new ones, revealing layers of complexity within the human body that defy simple solutions. In everyday life, this paradox manifests in quieter ways. Have you ever tried to master a skill, only to realize how much further there is to go? Or fallen into a rabbit hole of research, chasing facts until the initial query fades into insignificance? Knowledge expands our horizons, but it also reminds us of their immensity. Like standing on a mountaintop, we gain perspective, but also see just how far the horizon stretches. But here's the beauty and solace of the paradox. It teaches us to embrace curiosity over certainty. Perhaps the purpose of knowledge isn't to conquer the unknown but to dwell within it, finding joy in exploration rather than resolution. Like stargazing, the act of seeking becomes its own reward, a reminder that wonder exists not in having all the answers but in asking the right questions. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between knowing and not knowing, clarity and mystery. As you drift into stillness, imagine the book dissolving into starlight, its pages scattering across the cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of infinite possibility. Number 50. The Paradox of Reflection. Imagine standing at the edge of a still, glassy lake as twilight descends, painting the sky in hues of indigo and gold. The water mirrors the heavens above so perfectly that for a moment, you can't tell where reality ends and its reflection begins. You lean closer, your own face appearing faintly on the surface, a ghostly silhouette staring back at you. But here's the twist. Is the reflection truly you? Or is it merely an illusion, a distorted echo of who you are? This is the essence of the paradox of reflection, a meditation on identity and perception that challenges how we understand ourselves and the world around us. Reflections mimic reality but lack substance. They exist only as fleeting impressions, dependent entirely on what they reflect. Yet, paradoxically, they shape our understanding of existence. Without reflections, literal or metaphorical, we might never see ourselves clearly, even if the image we encounter isn't entirely accurate. Picture yourself gazing into the mirrored surface, watching ripples distort your features as a breeze schemes across the water. Each wave transforms your likeness slightly, stretching and bending until it feels unfamiliar. Is this altered version any less real than the original? After all, every interaction with others acts as a kind of reflection. They see parts of us we cannot, interpreting our actions, words, and expressions through their own lenses. Their perceptions influence how we view ourselves, creating layers of identity that shift like light on water. Now zoom out from the lake. The paradox of reflection extends beyond physical mirrors. It permeates relationships, art, and self-awareness. Think about social media profiles, which serve as curated reflections of our lives. Are these digital avatars authentic representations, or do they obscure more than they reveal? Similarly, consider how artists use their work to reflect inner emotions or societal truths. A painting may capture a mood, but does it fully embody the complexity of human experience? Reflections simplify, yet they also deepen our connection to the intangible. In philosophy, the concept of reflection takes on another dimension. René Descartes famously declared, "I think, therefore I am," suggesting that self-awareness defines existence. But what happens when self-reflection leads to doubt? If we question everything, even our own thoughts, are we left with clarity or confusion? Perhaps reflection doesn't resolve uncertainty but amplifies it, forcing us to confront the fluidity of identity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that truth lies not in absolutes but in multiplicity. Just as the lake reflects both stars and clouds, so too do we contain multitudes, contradictions, complexities, and endless potential. Maybe the goal isn't to achieve perfect clarity but to embrace the interplay between light and shadow within ourselves. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between appearance and essence, certainty and ambiguity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the lake dissolving into starlight, its reflections merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of self-discovery. Number 51. The Paradox of Happiness. Imagine standing in a quiet meadow at dusk, the air tinged with the earthy scent of grass and wildflowers. Above you, the first stars begin to pierce the deepening twilight. You feel a gentle breeze brush against your skin, carrying whispers of peace. But as you pause to savor the moment, a thought arises: am I truly happy right now? Or is this fleeting calm just another step toward longing for something more? This is the essence of the paradox of happiness. The harder we chase it, the more elusive it becomes. Happiness often feels like a destination, a place we'll arrive at once certain conditions are met. If only I had more money, more time, or better circumstances, then I'd be content. Yet when those desires are fulfilled, happiness slips through our fingers like sand, leaving us yearning again. It's not that happiness doesn't exist, it's that its nature defies capture. Like trying to hold on to sunlight, the act of grasping diminishes what we seek. Picture yourself lying back on the soft ground, gazing upward as the sky fills with constellations. A memory surfaces from years ago, another evening like this one, simpler yet equally profound. At the time, you didn't think much of it. Happiness wasn't something you pursued but rather stumbled upon naturally. Back then, joy seemed woven into moments themselves, unburdened by expectation. Now, though, you find yourself analyzing each sensation, wondering if it measures up to some invisible standard of bliss. And therein lies the paradox. Happiness thrives in presence, not pursuit. Now zoom out from the meadow. The paradox of happiness mirrors broader truths about human experience. Think about how children play without worrying about outcomes. They laugh freely, absorbed in the here and now. As adults, we layer expectations over every moment, transforming spontaneity into calculation. We craft lists of goals, envision perfect futures, and measure success by external markers. But happiness resists such frameworks. It blooms unpredictably, often in the smallest, most ordinary moments. But here's the beauty and relief of the paradox. It invites us to let go. True happiness isn't a trophy to win but a state of being, found in surrender rather than striving. Perhaps the secret lies in embracing imperfection, in allowing life to unfold without constant evaluation. Like the stars above, happiness shines brightest when we stop searching so hard for it. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between effort and ease, seeking and finding. As you drift into stillness, imagine the meadow dissolving into starlight, its tranquility merging with the infinite expanse of the cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of contentment. Number 52. The Paradox of Progress. Imagine standing on a hill overlooking a sprawling city at dusk, its skyline shimmering with lights that stretch as far as the eye can see. The hum of distant traffic mingles with the soft rustle of leaves around you. This scene, a testament to human ingenuity and progress, fills you with awe. Yet as you take it all in, a quiet unease creeps in. Beneath the glittering surface lies a web of contradictions. Towering skyscrapers cast shadows over forgotten neighborhoods. Technological advancements connect us globally but leave many feeling isolated locally. Progress, it seems, carries within it the seeds of its own undoing. This is the essence of the paradox of progress, a tension between innovation and its unintended consequences. On one hand, progress brings undeniable benefits. Medical breakthroughs save lives, communication technologies shrink distances, and scientific discoveries expand our understanding of the universe. But on the other hand, these same advancements often disrupt ecosystems, deepen inequalities, or erode traditions. What begins as a solution sometimes creates new problems, leaving us to wonder whether we're moving forward or simply circling back to old challenges in new forms. Picture yourself walking through the city streets, marveling at electric cars gliding silently past solar panel buildings. These innovations represent humanity's best intentions, to create a cleaner, smarter world. Yet, as you pass by rows of homeless individuals huddled under blankets near luxury storefronts, you're struck by the disparity. Technological leaps haven't erased poverty. Instead, they've highlighted how unevenly progress distributes its rewards. Even climate change, an unintended byproduct of industrialization, forces us to confront the cost of chasing convenience and growth without restraint. Now zoom out from the cityscape. The paradox of progress mirrors broader patterns throughout history. Think about the Industrial Revolution, which transformed societies by boosting productivity but also introduced child labor, pollution, and urban overcrowding. Or consider social media platforms, designed to connect people yet blamed for spreading misinformation and fostering division. Each stride forward reshapes the landscape, bringing opportunities alongside unforeseen risks. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that progress isn't inherently good or bad, it's a tool shaped by human values and choices. Perhaps true advancement lies not in rejecting innovation but in guiding it thoughtfully, ensuring it serves collective well-being rather than individual gain. Like tending a garden, progress requires pruning as much as planting, balancing ambition with responsibility. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between creation and consequence, ambition and caution. As you drift into stillness, imagine the city dissolving into starlight, its lights merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of possibility tempered by reflection. Number 53. The Paradox of Equality. Imagine a quiet village nestled in the rolling hills, where every resident is given an equal plot of land, an equal share of resources, and an equal voice in decision-making. At first glance, it seems like a utopia, a place where fairness reigns supreme, unburdened by the inequalities that plague much of the world. But as time passes, cracks begin to form. Some villagers are stronger and can cultivate their land more efficiently. Others are naturally artistic or innovative, trading their creations for extra provisions. Despite starting from identical circumstances, differences emerge, and soon the once equal community finds itself divided by new disparities. This is the essence of the paradox of equality. Striving for sameness often leads to inequality, while embracing diversity may be the true path to fairness. Equality, in theory, seems straightforward, ensuring everyone has access to the same opportunities and resources. Yet, paradoxically, enforcing strict uniformity overlooks the unique needs, abilities, and aspirations of individuals. A child prodigy might need advanced schooling, while someone with a disability requires additional support. Treating both exactly the same would fail to address their distinct situations, leaving one under-challenged and the other underserved. True fairness, then, isn't about giving everyone the same thing, it's about tailoring provisions so that everyone has a real chance to thrive. Picture yourself standing in the village square, watching as the townsfolk gather to discuss their growing concerns. One farmer argues that his bountiful harvest should grant him more influence over communal decisions, while another pleads for understanding, explaining how illness has left her unable to work. Both make valid points, yet reconciling them feels impossible. Equality, you realize, isn't a static state but a dynamic process, one that demands constant negotiation between competing values, justice and compassion, equity and freedom. Now zoom out from the village. The paradox of equality mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face today. Think about education systems designed to provide equal access but failing to account for varying learning styles and socioeconomic backgrounds. Or consider workplace policies offering standardized benefits that don't accommodate diverse family structures or health needs. In each case, rigid notions of equality fall short, highlighting the importance of equity, the idea that fairness sometimes means providing different levels of support based on individual circumstances. But here's the beauty and challenge of the paradox. It reminds us that fairness isn't about erasing differences but celebrating them. Perhaps equality isn't found in making everyone the same but in creating spaces where everyone's uniqueness can flourish without hindrance. Like a mosaic, society's strength lies not in uniformity but in the harmonious blending of contrasting pieces. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between sameness and difference, justice and empathy. As you drift into stillness, imagine the village dissolving into starlight, its fields and homes merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of possibility illuminated by inclusion. Number 54. The Paradox of Fairness. Imagine a quiet forest clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight, where 4 children gather to share a single pie. They decide that fairness means dividing it equally, each child receives 1/4. But as they sit down to eat, one child hesitates. She isn't very hungry, while another is famished after skipping lunch. A third has a birthday today and would love an extra slice as a treat. Suddenly, the neat division feels less fair than intended. Is fairness about equal portions, or does it require considering individual needs? This is the essence of the paradox of fairness. What seems just to one person may feel unjust to another. Fairness is often viewed as a universal ideal, a way to ensure everyone is treated with respect and equity. Yet, paradoxically, striving for fairness can lead to conflict because people interpret it differently. For some, fairness means identical treatment. For others, it demands tailored responses to unique circumstances. Think about splitting chores among siblings. One might argue that assigning tasks based on age is fair, while another insists effort should match ability or preference. Each perspective holds merit, yet reconciling them proves elusive. Picture yourself standing at the edge of the clearing, watching the children debate their shares. One suggests giving more to those who need it, while another clings firmly to the principle of equality. Their voices rise and fall like waves, each trying to impose order on the chaos of differing perspectives. You notice how earnestly they seek fairness, even as their definitions pull them apart. It's a reminder that fairness isn't a fixed point but a shifting horizon, shaped by context, culture, and personal experience. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of fairness mirrors real-world dilemmas we encounter daily. Think about workplace promotions. Is it fairer to reward seniority or exceptional performance? Or consider societal debates over wealth redistribution. Should resources be divided equally or allocated according to need? In each case, fairness resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values. Consistency versus compassion, rules versus flexibility. But here's the beauty and solace of the paradox. It teaches us humility. Absolute fairness may be unattainable, but striving toward it fosters empathy and understanding. Perhaps true fairness lies not in finding perfect solutions but in listening deeply to diverse viewpoints and embracing compromise. Like stars scattered across the night sky, fairness shines brightest when we acknowledge its complexity rather than demanding uniformity. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate balance between equality and individuality, justice and care. As you drift into stillness, imagine the pie dissolving into starlight, its pieces merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of shared humanity. Number 55. The Paradox of Justice. Imagine a dimly lit courtroom, its air heavy with anticipation. At the center stands a judge, tasked with delivering a verdict in a case that has divided the town. The accused is guilty of theft, but only because they stole bread to feed their starving family. The law demands punishment, yet compassion urges leniency. As the gavel rises, you can almost hear the weight of the decision pressing down on the room. This is the essence of the paradox of justice. What is legal isn't always just, and what feels just isn't always lawful. Justice is meant to be blind, impartial, and unwavering, a system designed to uphold fairness regardless of circumstance. Yet, paradoxically, rigid adherence to rules often clashes with moral intuition. Laws are written to apply universally, but human lives are messy, shaped by unique struggles and contexts. When justice is applied without nuance, it risks becoming cold and mechanical, failing to account for the complexities of real-world situations. Conversely, bending the rules for empathy can undermine the consistency that justice relies upon. Picture yourself sitting in the gallery watching the drama unfold. The prosecutor argues that laws exist to maintain order. If exceptions are made, chaos will follow. The defense pleads for mercy, pointing out the desperation that drove the crime. Both sides speak convincingly, yet neither offers a resolution that satisfies entirely. You begin to wonder, does justice lie in punishing wrongdoing or in understanding its causes? Is it about retribution, rehabilitation, or something else altogether? Now zoom out from the courtroom. The paradox of justice mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about debates over criminal sentencing. Should a first-time offender receive the same penalty as a repeat criminal? Or consider international conflicts, where acts deemed unjust by one side may be seen as righteous retaliation by another. In each case, justice resists simple definitions, forcing us to grapple with competing principles. Fairness versus mercy, consistency versus flexibility, accountability versus forgiveness. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that justice isn't a destination but a process. True justice requires balancing ideals with realities, striving not for perfection but for progress. Perhaps the goal isn't to eliminate contradictions but to navigate them thoughtfully, ensuring that laws serve humanity rather than overshadowing it. Like the scales of justice themselves, balance is fragile yet essential. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between law and morality, fairness and compassion. As you drift into stillness, imagine the courtroom dissolving into starlight, its walls merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of equilibrium tempered by understanding. Number 56. The Paradox of Forgiveness. Imagine standing on the edge of a calm lake at dawn, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the soft hues of sunrise. In your hands you hold a smooth stone, its weight heavy with memories of hurt and betrayal. You could throw it into the water, letting the ripples carry away your pain, but part of you hesitates. Forgiveness feels like releasing the stone, yet paradoxically, it also feels like condoning what happened. How can forgiving someone who wronged you bring peace without excusing their actions? This is the essence of the paradox of forgiveness. Letting go often requires holding on to both compassion and accountability. Forgiveness is often seen as a gift, a way to free oneself from the chains of resentment and anger. Yet paradoxically, it can feel impossible when the wounds run deep. To forgive doesn't mean forgetting or pretending harm never occurred. Rather, it involves acknowledging the injury while choosing not to let it define your future. But this choice isn't easy. It asks you to confront conflicting emotions, the desire for justice versus the longing for peace, the need to protect yourself versus the yearning to heal. Picture yourself kneeling by the lake, feeling the cool morning air brush against your skin. Each time you consider releasing the stone, doubts arise. What if forgiveness makes you vulnerable again? What if it diminishes the gravity of what was done? And yet, as you sit with these questions, you begin to notice something. The longer you clutch the stone, the more it weighs you down. Resentment, like the stone, anchors you in the past, preventing you from moving forward. Perhaps forgiveness isn't about absolving the other person but about reclaiming your own freedom. Now zoom out from the lake. The paradox of forgiveness mirrors broader struggles we face in relationships and society. Think about reconciliation after conflict, whether between loved ones, communities, or nations. Forgiveness doesn't erase history, but it opens the door to transformation. Without it, grudges fester, perpetuating cycles of pain. Yet offering forgiveness too quickly or superficially risks undermining truth and accountability. Striking the right balance demands courage and wisdom. But here's the beauty and solace of the paradox. It teaches us that forgiveness is less about others and more about ourselves. Letting go doesn't mean surrendering your values. It means refusing to let bitterness shape your life. Like the ripples spreading across the lake, forgiveness creates waves of healing, not just for you but potentially for those around you. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between release and responsibility, mercy and justice. As you drift into stillness, imagine the stone dissolving into starlight, its weight merging seamlessly with the infinite expanse of the cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of liberation. Number 57. The Paradox of Punishment. Imagine a dimly lit prison cell, its cold walls echoing with the faint sound of footsteps outside. Inside sits a man convicted of theft, his head bowed in silence. Beyond the bars, society demands justice, punishment for wrongdoing to deter future crimes and maintain order. Yet, paradoxically, punishment often fails to address the root causes of crime: poverty, desperation, or ignorance. Is locking someone away truly justice, or does it simply perpetuate cycles of harm? This is the essence of the paradox of punishment. Inflicting suffering as a response to suffering creates a contradiction that challenges the very idea of fairness. Punishment is rooted in the belief that consequences can correct behavior, restore balance, and protect communities. But what happens when punishment itself becomes a source of injustice? For instance, incarcerating someone might satisfy an immediate need for retribution, but it rarely heals the wounds inflicted by their actions. Worse still, harsh penalties often deepen inequality, disproportionately affecting marginalized groups while ignoring systemic issues that lead to crime. The act of punishing, intended to uphold morality, sometimes undermines it. Picture yourself standing outside the cell, peering through the bars at the man within. His face is etched with regret, yet his circumstances, a life marked by neglect and lack of opportunity, are invisible behind the steel. You wonder, will this punishment change him or merely harden him further? Does isolating individuals from society teach accountability, or does it strip them of any chance to reintegrate meaningfully? Punishment, you realize, walks a fine line between discipline and dehumanization. Now zoom out from the prison. The paradox of punishment mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about debates over capital punishment. Is taking a life ever justified even in response to murder? Or consider juvenile offenders sentenced as adults. Does punishing youth without rehabilitation serve anyone's best interest? In each case, punishment resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values: safety versus compassion, vengeance versus healing, individual rights versus collective well-being. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It invites us to rethink the purpose of punishment. Perhaps true justice isn't about inflicting pain but fostering growth and restoration. Restorative practices, such as mediation between victims and offenders, focus on repairing harm rather than exacting revenge. Like tending a garden, addressing the roots of conflict requires patience, care, and understanding, not just cutting away the weeds. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between consequence and compassion, justice and humanity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the prison dissolving into starlight, its walls merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of redemption unfolding across time. Number 58. The Paradox of Responsibility. Imagine standing at the edge of a bustling city square, surrounded by people rushing to their destinations. Each person moves with purpose, some carrying briefcases, others pushing strollers or balancing trays of food. Amidst the chaos, you notice a wallet lying on the ground. Picking it up, you feel the weight of responsibility settle in your hands. Should you return it to its owner, leave it where you found it, or keep it for yourself? The choice seems simple enough, but as you consider the implications, a deeper question arises: how far does your responsibility extend? To act is to accept accountability, yet inaction carries consequences too. This is the essence of the paradox of responsibility. Doing what's right often means grappling with competing duties that pull us in different directions. Responsibility is both a burden and a privilege, a call to contribute to the well-being of others while navigating our own limitations. Yet, paradoxically, taking full responsibility for everything within our reach would overwhelm us. No one can solve every problem, address every injustice, or care for everyone in need. Choosing where to focus our efforts requires prioritizing some responsibilities over others, which can lead to guilt or doubt about whether we've done enough. At the same time, shirking responsibility altogether leaves us disconnected from the world and ourselves. Picture yourself holding the wallet, feeling the texture of worn leather beneath your fingers. You glance around, searching for clues about its owner, but no one seems to notice it missing. Returning the wallet feels like the ethical choice, yet it will take time. Time you could spend helping someone closer to home, perhaps a friend struggling with personal issues who has asked for support today. Your mind races as you weigh these obligations. Returning lost property versus supporting loved ones, individual action versus collective impact. Responsibility stretches infinitely outward, encompassing countless possibilities. Now zoom out from the city square. The paradox of responsibility mirrors broader dilemmas we face daily. Think about global challenges like climate change or poverty. How much responsibility do individuals bear compared to governments or corporations? Or consider parenting, where guiding children toward independence sometimes conflicts with protecting them from harm. In each case, responsibility resists easy answers, forcing us to balance ideals with practicality, self-interest with altruism. But here's the beauty and solace of the paradox. It reminds us that perfection isn't required. True responsibility lies not in solving everything but in making thoughtful choices despite uncertainty. Like stars scattered across the night sky, our actions may feel small, yet together they illuminate paths forward. Perhaps the goal isn't to carry the entire weight of the world but to hold steady under the portion we choose to lift. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between duty and limitation, action and acceptance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the wallet dissolving into starlight, its contents merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of purpose unfolding across time. Number 59. The Paradox of Authority. Imagine standing at the foot of a grand marble staircase, its steps leading up to an imposing throne where a figure sits cloaked in regal robes. The air hums with reverence as people bow their heads, deferring to the authority of this leader. Yet, as you watch, a quiet thought arises: what gives this person the right to command others? Is it their wisdom, their strength, or simply the belief of those who follow them? And if that belief wavers, does their authority crumble like sandcastles against the tide? This is the essence of the paradox of authority. Power depends on legitimacy, yet legitimacy often rests on power itself, a circular dance that challenges the foundations of leadership. Authority is meant to provide order, guiding societies through laws, traditions, and decisions that reflect collective values. But paradoxically, authority can only exist if people choose to recognize it. A ruler's decrees hold no weight without compliance. A teacher's lessons fall flat without trust. At the same time, questioning authority risks chaos, leaving individuals adrift without shared frameworks for cooperation. The tension lies in this duality. Authority demands obedience, yet true authority must earn respect, a balance easier described than achieved. Picture yourself climbing the staircase, your footsteps echoing softly against the stone. As you approach the throne, you notice cracks in the marble, subtle fissures running through the foundation beneath the ruler's feet. These imperfections remind you that authority is fragile, sustained not by force alone but by consent. History offers countless examples: monarchs overthrown by revolutions, leaders losing public faith after scandals, institutions collapsing when they fail to adapt to changing times. Authority isn't inherent, it's negotiated, moment by moment, between those who lead and those who follow. Now zoom out from the throne room. The paradox of authority mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about governments whose policies spark protests. Are they exercising legitimate power or abusing it? Or consider workplaces where managers demand productivity without fostering trust. Are employees truly motivated or merely compliant? In each case, authority resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing dynamics. Control versus autonomy, tradition versus innovation, hierarchy versus equality. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that authority isn't absolute, it's relational. True leadership emerges not from dominance but from dialogue, built on mutual understanding rather than coercion. Like stars guiding travelers across dark skies, effective authority illuminates paths forward without eclipsing individual voices. Perhaps the goal isn't to eliminate questions about authority but to embrace them, ensuring power serves humanity rather than overshadowing it. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between obedience and skepticism, structure and freedom. As you drift into stillness, imagine the throne dissolving into starlight, its grandeur merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced governance unfolding across time. Number 60. The Paradox of Leadership. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, moonlit lake, its surface so still it mirrors the constellations above. Across the water, you see a lone figure guiding a small boat, their silhouette steady against the endless night. They are both leading and following, their hands on the oars steering the vessel forward, yet their course dictated by the stars' silent guidance. This is the essence of the paradox of leadership. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow, to trust others, embrace humility, and remain open to learning even while taking charge. Leadership often conjures images of strength and decisiveness, a person standing tall, charting paths for others to follow. Yet paradoxically, the most impactful leaders are those who recognize their limits, leaning on the wisdom and strengths of those around them. A leader who demands unwavering obedience without fostering collaboration risks alienating their team, while a leader who listens too passively may falter in moments requiring bold action. Striking this balance, between authority and empathy, vision and adaptability, is no easy feat. Picture yourself stepping into the boat, joining the figure as they navigate the dark waters. You notice how they pause occasionally, gazing skyward to recalibrate their direction. Their confidence doesn't stem from infallibility but from an understanding that leadership isn't about having all the answers, it's about asking the right questions. As waves lap gently against the hull, you realize that true leadership requires vulnerability. It means admitting when you're wrong, empowering others to shine, and knowing when to step aside so someone else can take the helm. Now zoom out from the lake. The paradox of leadership mirrors broader challenges we encounter in organizations, families, and communities. Think about corporate executives tasked with driving innovation. How do they inspire creativity without stifling autonomy? Or consider teachers shaping young minds. How do they instill discipline while nurturing curiosity? In each case, leadership resists rigid formulas, demanding flexibility and self-awareness. But here's the beauty and solace of the paradox. It reminds us that leadership isn't about control but connection. Like the stars reflected on the lake, effective leaders illuminate possibilities without overshadowing individual brilliance. Perhaps the greatest act of leadership is creating space for others to grow, ensuring that everyone's unique light contributes to the shared journey. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between guidance and trust, strength and humility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the boat dissolving into starlight, its wake merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unity unfolding across time. Number 61. The Paradox of Power. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a sprawling kingdom bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Below, armies march in formation, crops sway gently in the fields and townsfolk gather around flickering fires. From this vantage point, you feel the weight of power, the ability to shape destinies, command obedience, and alter the course of lives with a single decree. Yet, paradoxically, the more power one wields, the more constrained they become. Decisions carry consequences that ripple outward, binding the powerful to their choices like chains forged from their own authority. This is the essence of the paradox of power. Those who hold it often find themselves trapped by it. Power promises freedom, the capacity to act without restraint, to bend reality to one's will. But in practice, it demands sacrifice. Leaders must weigh every word, anticipate reactions, and calculate outcomes, knowing that even small missteps can unravel carefully constructed systems. The very strength that elevates them also isolates them, surrounding them with advisors whose loyalty may be tinged with fear or ambition rather than trust. Power, then, becomes both a tool and a cage, a force that liberates while simultaneously confining. Picture yourself descending into the kingdom, walking among its people. You notice how some bow deeply at your approach, their eyes lowered, while others whisper behind cupped hands, speculating about your intentions. Each interaction reminds you that power isn't just something you possess, it's something others grant you. Lose their faith and the foundation beneath your throne crumbles. Even acts of kindness or generosity risk being interpreted as manipulation, leaving you perpetually unsure whether your actions stem from genuine intent or calculated strategy. Now zoom out from the kingdom. The paradox of power mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about political leaders grappling with public opinion. Are their decisions driven by conviction or the need to retain support? Or consider corporate executives managing teams. How do they balance innovation with maintaining control? In each case, power resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing forces. Autonomy versus accountability, influence versus integrity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that power is not an end in itself but a means to serve. True power lies not in domination but in empowerment, lifting others up rather than holding them down. Like stars illuminating the night, effective power shines brightest when shared, creating constellations of collaboration rather than singular points of dominance. Perhaps the greatest measure of power is the ability to relinquish it gracefully, ensuring it serves the greater good rather than personal gain. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate tension between control and vulnerability, strength and humility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the kingdom dissolving into starlight, its boundaries merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced influence unfolding across time. Number 62. The Paradox of Freedom. Imagine standing in an open field under a vast, starlit sky, the cool night air brushing against your skin. Around you stretches an endless expanse of untouched wilderness. No fences, no boundaries, nothing to confine you. You are free to go anywhere, do anything. Yet as you take a step forward, a strange sensation washes over you. Without any direction or purpose, this boundless freedom feels overwhelming, almost paralyzing. This is the essence of the paradox of freedom. True liberty often requires constraints to give it meaning. Freedom is celebrated as humanity's highest ideal, the right to choose, to act without restriction, to live authentically. But paradoxically, absolute freedom can lead to chaos. Without rules, norms, or structures to guide us, we risk becoming lost in a sea of infinite possibilities. Think about a blank canvas. While the absence of limits invites creativity, it can also induce anxiety. Where do you start? What if your choices lead to failure? Constraints, whether self-imposed or societal, provide frameworks that channel our energy and focus, transforming abstract potential into tangible outcomes. Picture yourself wandering through the field, each step taking you deeper into uncertainty. You think about how freedom operates in relationships, work, and even daily life. A friendship built on mutual respect thrives because both parties agree to honor certain boundaries. Unchecked selfishness would destroy it. Similarly, artistic expression flourishes within limits. A poet constrained by meter and rhyme finds beauty in structure, just as a musician shapes melodies within scales. Absolute freedom, devoid of context, can feel hollow. It is the interplay between freedom and constraint that gives life depth and purpose. Now zoom out from the field. The paradox of freedom mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about laws designed to protect individual rights. Do they restrict freedom or enhance it by ensuring safety and fairness? Or consider social media platforms offering limitless connectivity yet trapping users in algorithms that dictate what they see and think. In each case, freedom resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values. autonomy versus responsibility, spontaneity versus stability. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that freedom isn't about escaping all limitations but finding balance. True liberation comes when we embrace the structures that enable growth rather than viewing them as barriers. Like stars scattered across the night sky, freedom shines brightest when framed by the constellations of commitment, discipline, and care. Perhaps the ultimate act of freedom is choosing which constraints to accept, shaping our lives with intention rather than drifting aimlessly. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between openness and structure, possibility and purpose. As you drift into stillness, imagine the field dissolving into starlight, its horizon merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of guided exploration unfolding across time. Number 63. The Paradox of Security. Imagine standing inside a fortress perched atop a jagged cliff, its towering walls built to withstand any storm or siege. Within its confines you feel safe, shielded from the chaos of the outside world. Yet as you peer through a narrow slit in the stone, watching the horizon stretch endlessly beyond, a quiet unease takes hold. The very walls that protect you also confine you, cutting you off from the freedom and unpredictability of the open world. This is the essence of the paradox of security. Seeking safety often means sacrificing liberty, while embracing risk opens doors to opportunity but invites vulnerability. Security promises peace of mind, a refuge from uncertainty, danger, and loss. But paradoxically, the pursuit of absolute security can stifle growth, creativity, and connection. Think about how a seed must crack open to sprout, or how a bird must leave its nest to learn to fly. Similarly, human lives unfold not within impenetrable fortresses but through daring leaps into the unknown. Overprotecting ourselves or our loved ones risks creating a gilded cage, where comfort comes at the cost of vitality. Picture yourself pacing the fortress halls, your footsteps echoing softly against the cold stone. Each room is stocked with provisions, each door reinforced against intrusion. Yet the air feels heavy, suffused with the weight of isolation. You recall stories of explorers who ventured into uncharted territories, their journeys fraught with peril yet rich with discovery. Would you trade this sanctuary for the thrill of the unknown? Or would you stay, clinging to the illusion of invulnerability even as life grows stagnant? Now zoom out from the fortress. The paradox of security mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about governments implementing surveillance systems to prevent crime. Do they safeguard citizens or erode privacy? Or consider personal choices, like staying in a stable job versus pursuing a risky passion project. In each case, security resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values: safety versus adventure, control versus spontaneity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that life thrives on balance. True security isn't about eliminating risk but learning to navigate it with courage and resilience. Like stars shining brightest against the darkest skies, moments of safety gain meaning when juxtaposed with exposure to the unknown. Perhaps the art of living lies in knowing when to seek shelter and when to step boldly into the winds of change. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between protection and possibility, caution and courage. As you drift into stillness, imagine the fortress dissolving into starlight, its walls merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced existence unfolding across time. Number 64. The Paradox of Privacy. Imagine standing in a quiet library, its high ceilings adorned with intricate carvings that seem to whisper secrets of the past. Around you, shelves stretch endlessly, each book a vessel of knowledge waiting to be discovered. Yet, as you reach for one, you notice something peculiar. Every page is translucent, its contents visible to anyone who happens to glance your way. You recoil slightly, feeling exposed. How can you explore freely when every thought, every choice risks being seen? This is the essence of the paradox of privacy. The more connected we become, the harder it is to protect the solitude essential for self-discovery and authenticity. Privacy is often regarded as a fundamental human need, a sanctuary where we can think, feel, and create without judgment or intrusion. But paradoxically, in an age of unprecedented connectivity, privacy feels increasingly elusive. Social media invites us to share our lives openly, smart devices track our habits meticulously, and public spaces are monitored by cameras. What begins as convenience or transparency can morph into surveillance, leaving us torn between the desire for community and the longing for invisibility. Picture yourself sitting at a wooden table in the library, a book open before you. Each word you read feels like a reflection of your inner world, yet the translucent pages betray your thoughts to passers-by. You wonder, how much of yourself should you reveal and how much should remain hidden? Sharing fosters connection. It allows relationships to flourish and ideas to spread, but too much exposure leaves us vulnerable, stripped of the boundaries that define us. Like a garden, privacy needs fences to thrive. Without them, the delicate blooms of identity risk being trampled. Now zoom out from the library. The paradox of privacy mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about digital platforms offering personalized experiences. Do they enhance convenience or compromise autonomy? Or consider debates over government surveillance? Are we safer when watched, or do we lose something irreplaceable in the process? In each case, privacy resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values. Openness versus secrecy, trust versus caution. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that privacy isn't about isolation but intentionality. True connection requires moments of separation, spaces where we can reflect, recharge, and rediscover ourselves away from prying eyes. Like stars scattered across the night sky, privacy shines brightest when framed by shared light. Perhaps the key lies not in rejecting visibility but in choosing what to reveal and what to keep sacred. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between exposure and seclusion, transparency and mystery. As you drift into stillness, imagine the library dissolving into starlight, its translucent pages merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balance unfolding across time. Number 65. The Paradox of Technology. Imagine standing in a dimly lit room, the soft hum of machines filling the air around you. Before you lies a sleek device, a marvel of human ingenuity, capable of connecting you to anyone, anywhere, at any time. With a single touch, you can access centuries of knowledge, communicate across continents, or automate tasks that once required hours of effort. Yet, as you hold it in your hands, a quiet unease settles in. This tool designed to simplify life has also tethered you to endless notifications, fragmented attention, and an unrelenting pace. This is the essence of the paradox of technology. The very innovations meant to liberate us often bind us in new, invisible ways. Technology promises progress, a way to transcend limitations, solve problems, and enhance our lives. But paradoxically, its gifts come with hidden costs. Smartphones keep us connected but blur the boundaries between work and rest. Social media fosters community yet amplifies comparison and loneliness. Automation saves time but raises questions about purpose and identity in a world where machines replace human labor. Each advancement brings both opportunity and trade-offs, forcing us to navigate the tension between convenience and consequence. Picture yourself scrolling through the glowing screen, its light casting soft shadows on the walls. You think about how this device has transformed your daily existence, streamlining tasks, opening doors to creativity, and linking you to loved ones far away. But you also notice how it pulls at your focus, scattering your thoughts like leaves in the wind. Moments of stillness feel rare, replaced by the constant buzz of updates and demands. Has technology made you more efficient, or merely more distracted? More connected, or subtly isolated? Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of technology mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about artificial intelligence revolutionizing industries. Does it empower humanity or render skills obsolete? Or consider climate change exacerbated by industrial advancements. How do we balance innovation with sustainability? In each case, technology resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values. Efficiency versus mindfulness, connection versus solitude, creation versus destruction. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that tools are neither inherently good nor bad, it's how we use them that matters. True progress isn't about rejecting technology but guiding it thoughtfully, ensuring it serves humanity rather than dominating it. Like stars illuminating the night sky, technology shines brightest when framed by intention and reflection. Perhaps the challenge lies not in abandoning our devices but in reclaiming agency over how they shape our lives. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between mastery and dependence, innovation and introspection. As you drift into stillness, imagine the device dissolving into starlight, its glow merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced coexistence unfolding across time. Number 66. The Paradox of Innovation. Imagine standing in a workshop filled with the scent of sawdust and the quiet hum of tools at rest. Before you lies a prototype, a sleek, futuristic creation born from countless hours of experimentation and imagination. It represents the pinnacle of human ingenuity, designed to solve problems, improve lives and push boundaries. Yet, as you admire its polished surface, a nagging thought arises: every great leap forward seems to disrupt what came before. New technologies render old ones obsolete, new ideas challenge cherished traditions, and progress often leaves behind those unable to keep pace. This is the essence of the paradox of innovation. The very act of creating something better can dismantle what we hold dear. Innovation promises transformation, a way to transcend limitations, address challenges, and envision brighter futures. But paradoxically, it carries within it the seeds of loss. Think about how automobiles revolutionized transportation but also contributed to environmental degradation and urban sprawl. Or consider how digital platforms democratized information yet created echo chambers and misinformation. Each breakthrough brings both opportunity and disruption, forcing us to navigate the tension between advancement and preservation. Picture yourself tinkering with the prototype, your hands tracing its edges as you ponder its potential impact. Will it inspire wonder or resistance? Will it uplift communities or widen divides? You recall stories of past innovations: the printing press that spread knowledge but threatened established powers, the industrial revolution that fueled economies but displaced workers. Progress isn't linear, it's a dance between creation and consequence, where each step forward reshapes the landscape in unpredictable ways. Now zoom out from the workshop. The paradox of innovation mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about medical breakthroughs extending lifespans. Do they enhance quality of life or strain resources? Or consider renewable energy technologies combating climate change? How do we transition without leaving vulnerable populations behind? In each case, innovation resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values: ambition versus caution, disruption versus stability. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that progress isn't about discarding the past but integrating it thoughtfully. True innovation honors legacy while embracing change, ensuring that advancements serve humanity rather than overshadow it. Like stars emerging from cosmic chaos, innovation shines brightest when guided by purpose and empathy. Perhaps the challenge lies not in rejecting the old but in weaving it into the fabric of the new. Let this idea settle gently in your mind: the delicate interplay between creation and preservation, progress and reflection. As you drift into stillness, imagine the prototype dissolving into starlight, its glow merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of thoughtful evolution unfolding across time. Number 67. The Paradox of Simplicity. Imagine standing in a sunlit garden, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers and freshly turned earth. Before you lies a small wooden box, its surface smooth and unadorned. It seems so simple, just a few pieces of wood carefully fitted together. Yet as you open it, you discover an intricate mechanism hidden inside: tiny gears, levers, and springs working in perfect harmony to perform a delicate task. This is the essence of the paradox of simplicity. True simplicity often conceals layers of complexity beneath its surface. Simplicity is celebrated as a virtue, a way to strip away clutter, focus on essentials, and find clarity amidst chaos. But paradoxically, achieving simplicity requires extraordinary effort. Think about minimalist designs that appear effortless yet demand meticulous planning, or concise writing that distills vast ideas into a few powerful words. What looks easy is often the result of countless decisions, revisions, and refinements. Simplicity isn't absence, it's mastery. Picture yourself holding the wooden box, running your fingers over its polished exterior. You marvel at how something so understated can house such ingenuity. It reminds you of life itself. Relationships, routines, or even moments of peace may seem straightforward, but they are built on foundations of thought, care, and experience. Stripping away unnecessary elements doesn't mean ignoring complexity, it means understanding it deeply enough to reveal what truly matters. Now zoom out from the garden. The paradox of simplicity mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about technology designed to simplify our lives. Smartphones consolidate tools, apps streamline tasks, yet their inner workings remain unfathomably intricate. Or consider art forms like haiku or abstract painting, which reduce expression to its essence but require profound skill to create. In each case, simplicity resists superficial interpretation, forcing us to weigh competing values: elegance versus depth, clarity versus nuance. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that simplicity isn't about erasing complexity but embracing it thoughtfully. True simplicity arises when we distill meaning without diluting substance, creating space for reflection rather than overwhelming noise. Like stars shining brightly against the night sky, simplicity gains power through contrast with the vastness around it. Perhaps the challenge lies not in avoiding complexity but in finding balance between richness and restraint. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between surface and depth, effort and ease. As you drift into stillness, imagine the wooden box dissolving into starlight, its mechanisms merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of thoughtful design unfolding across time. Number 68. The Paradox of Complexity. Imagine standing in a dense forest at twilight, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Above you, the canopy forms an intricate web of branches and leaves, each one unique yet part of a larger pattern. As you gaze upward, you notice how sunlight filters through in scattered beams, creating shifting patches of light and shadow on the ground. The scene feels overwhelmingly complex, yet paradoxically, it also exudes a deep sense of order. This is the essence of the paradox of complexity. Within apparent chaos lies hidden harmony, and within simplicity often lurks unfathomable intricacy. Complexity surrounds us, shaping everything from ecosystems to human relationships to technological systems. It promises depth, a way to understand the richness of life and solve problems that defy simple solutions. But paradoxically, complexity can also obscure clarity, making it harder to discern what truly matters. Think about the algorithms powering modern technology. They perform astonishing feats but are so elaborate that even their creators struggle to explain them fully. Or consider the human brain, capable of profound creativity and reasoning yet composed of billions of interconnected neurons whose workings remain largely mysterious. Picture yourself walking deeper into the forest, your footsteps soft against the mossy ground. Each step reveals new layers of detail, the veins of a leaf, the texture of bark, the hum of unseen insects. You realize that this complexity isn't random, it's the result of countless interactions over millennia, guided by natural laws that govern growth, decay, and renewal. Yet, as much as you admire the intricacy, you also yearn for simplicity, for a way to distill this vastness into something comprehensible. Complexity without meaning risks becoming noise, simplicity without depth risks becoming hollow. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of complexity mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about global challenges like climate change or economic inequality. How do we address these issues without oversimplifying their causes or consequences? Or consider personal decisions, like choosing between a straightforward path versus one filled with unknowns. In each case, complexity resists easy answers, forcing us to weigh competing values, understanding versus action, detail versus overview. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that complexity and simplicity aren't opposites but complementary forces. True insight arises when we embrace both, the ability to see the big picture while appreciating the details that compose it. Like constellations emerging from a tapestry of stars, complexity gains meaning when framed by purpose and perspective. Perhaps the challenge lies not in unraveling every thread but in finding patterns that guide us forward. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between chaos and order, intricacy and clarity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the forest dissolving into starlight, its tangled roots and branches merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of thoughtful exploration unfolding across time. Number 69. The Paradox of Growth. Imagine standing at the edge of a quiet garden, watching as a young sapling sways gently in the breeze. Its slender trunk and fragile branches seem so delicate, yet within it lies the potential to become a towering tree, its roots stretching deep into the earth and its canopy reaching toward the sky. But here's the twist. For the sapling to grow, it must first endure storms that bend its frame, droughts that test its resilience, and seasons of dormancy where nothing appears to change. This is the essence of the paradox of growth. Progress often arises from struggle, and transformation requires moments of stillness and discomfort. Growth is celebrated as a universal ideal, a journey toward improvement, expansion, and fulfillment. Yet paradoxically, the process of growing rarely feels linear or comfortable. Think about how muscles strengthen only after being pushed to their limits, or how emotional maturity often emerges from navigating pain and uncertainty. What looks like stagnation on the surface may actually be preparation for the next phase of development. Growth demands patience, trusting that periods of difficulty are not failures but necessary steps along the way. Picture yourself kneeling beside the sapling, your hands brushing against the soil around its base. You notice tiny cracks in the bark, signs of wear from recent winds, but also fresh buds hinting at new life. It reminds you of your own journey, times when challenges felt insurmountable, yet looking back you see how they shaped you into who you are today. Growth isn't just about moving forward, it's about integrating lessons from setbacks, finding strength in vulnerability, and embracing the unknown. Now zoom out from the garden. The paradox of growth mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about economies recovering from recessions. Do downturns signal collapse or create opportunities for reinvention? Or consider personal development, where learning new skills often involves frustration before mastery. In each case, growth resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: ambition versus acceptance, effort versus rest. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that growth isn't about avoiding hardship but learning to navigate it. True progress comes not from rushing ahead but from honoring the cycles of effort and recovery, action and reflection. Like stars emerging slowly from cosmic clouds, growth unfolds in its own time, revealing patterns invisible at first glance. Perhaps the challenge lies not in escaping discomfort but in trusting that it serves a purpose. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between struggle and renewal, patience and perseverance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the sapling dissolving into starlight, its roots and branches merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of steady evolution unfolding across time. Number 70. The Paradox of Sustainability. Imagine standing on the shore of a vast, shimmering lake at dawn, its surface so still it mirrors the soft hues of the rising sun. Around you, the air is crisp and alive with the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves. This place feels timeless, a testament to nature's resilience and harmony. Yet, as you gaze across the water, you notice faint traces of human impact. Plastic debris caught in reeds, subtle discoloration where runoff has seeped into the ecosystem. This is the essence of the paradox of sustainability. Preserving the planet for future generations often requires altering the very systems we depend on today. Sustainability promises balance, a way to meet current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. But paradoxically, achieving sustainability demands significant change, often disrupting economies, industries, and ways of life that have shaped societies for centuries. Think about renewable energy technologies designed to reduce carbon emissions. They hold immense potential but require mining rare materials, consuming land, and creating new forms of waste. Or consider agriculture. Feeding a growing population sustainably means rethinking practices that have sustained humanity for millennia, from monocropping to livestock farming. Picture yourself walking along the shoreline, your footsteps leaving gentle impressions in the damp sand. You pick up a piece of plastic tangled in the grass and wonder, how can we create solutions that don't simply shift the burden elsewhere? Every action carries consequences. Reducing fossil fuel use may increase reliance on nuclear power. Protecting forests might limit agricultural expansion. Sustainability isn't about finding perfect answers but navigating trade-offs thoughtfully, ensuring progress doesn't come at the expense of irreversible harm. Now zoom out from the lake. The paradox of sustainability mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about global efforts to combat climate change. Are policies focused on short-term economic growth undermining long-term environmental health? Or consider urban development, where green spaces are sacrificed for housing or infrastructure. In each case, sustainability resists simple solutions, forcing us to weigh competing values: preservation versus innovation, local versus global, present versus future. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that sustainability isn't about halting progress but redefining it. True sustainability arises when we align human aspirations with ecological limits, fostering coexistence rather than domination. Like stars illuminating the night sky, sustainable practices shine brightest when guided by intention and care. Perhaps the challenge lies not in rejecting growth but in reshaping it to honor the interconnectedness of all life. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between preservation and adaptation, responsibility and renewal. As you drift into stillness, imagine the lake dissolving into starlight, its waters merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of thoughtful stewardship unfolding across time. Number 71. The Paradox of Abundance. Imagine standing in the heart of a bustling marketplace at sunset, the air alive with the mingling scents of spices, fresh produce, and baked goods. Stalls overflow with vibrant fruits, intricate textiles, and gleaming trinkets, each item more enticing than the last. Yet, amidst this abundance, you notice something peculiar. People rush past, their eyes scanning greedily for the next best thing, rarely pausing to savor what they already hold. This is the essence of the paradox of abundance. The more we have, the less we seem to appreciate, and the more elusive contentment becomes. Abundance promises fulfillment, a world where needs are met and desires are within reach. But paradoxically, it often leaves us feeling restless or unfulfilled. Think about how an overflowing pantry can lead to indecision rather than gratitude, or how endless options in love, career, or leisure can paralyze instead of empower. When everything is available, nothing feels truly special. When every path is open, it's hard to commit to one. Abundance, while offering freedom, also introduces complexity and dissatisfaction. Picture yourself wandering through the marketplace, your hands brushing against the colorful fabrics and fragrant herbs. Each stall seems to beckon louder than the last, promising satisfaction if only you add another item to your collection. Yet as your bag grows heavier, so does a sense of unease. You recall simpler times, when scarcity made even small pleasures feel profound, and when limits forced creativity and resourcefulness. It strikes you that abundance isn't inherently fulfilling. It's our relationship with it that determines its value. Now zoom out from the marketplace. The paradox of abundance mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about consumer culture, where constant access to goods fuels overconsumption yet leaves many feeling empty. Or consider digital media, which floods us with information but fragments attention spans and deepens anxiety. In each case, abundance resists simple solutions, forcing us to weigh competing values: choice versus clarity, plenty versus purpose. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that true abundance isn't measured by quantity but by quality of engagement. Contentment arises not from having more but from cherishing what we have, finding meaning in simplicity rather than excess. Like stars scattered across the night sky, abundance gains significance when framed by moments of stillness and reflection. Perhaps the challenge lies not in acquiring more but in cultivating gratitude for what already exists. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between plenty and presence, choice and fulfillment. As you drift into stillness, imagine the marketplace dissolving into starlight, its treasures merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of mindful appreciation unfolding across time. Number 72. The Paradox of Scarcity. Imagine standing in a barren desert at dusk, the horizon painted in hues of amber and crimson. The air is dry and the ground beneath your feet is cracked, bearing witness to the absence of water for miles around. Yet, as you scan the landscape, you notice something remarkable: a single cluster of wildflowers blooming defiantly against the odds. Their vibrant colors stand out starkly against the arid expanse, a testament to life's tenacity in the face of scarcity. This is the essence of the paradox of scarcity. When resources are limited, ingenuity and resilience often flourish, but the pressure to survive can also lead to conflict and suffering. Scarcity promises challenge, a world where necessities are hard-won and luxuries remain distant dreams. But paradoxically, it often sparks creativity, forcing individuals and communities to innovate with what little they have. Think about how drought-stricken regions develop advanced irrigation systems or how wartime rationing leads to ingenious recipes and resourcefulness. Yet, scarcity also breeds desperation, pitting people against one another in competition for survival. What drives innovation in some cases can fuel inequality and strife in others. Picture yourself kneeling beside the wildflowers, their fragile petals trembling in the cool evening breeze. You marvel at how these plants have adapted to thrive in such harsh conditions, sending roots deep into hidden reservoirs, conserving every drop of moisture, and timing their growth to brief periods of rain. It reminds you of human stories: families stretching meager incomes to provide for loved ones, artists creating masterpieces from scraps, or scientists finding breakthroughs under constrained budgets. Scarcity forces focus. It strips away distractions and hones determination. But it also sharpens fears, making cooperation harder and trust rarer. Now zoom out from the desert. The paradox of scarcity mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about global food shortages that inspire sustainable farming practices yet exacerbate hunger for millions. Or consider economic disparities, where wealth concentration leaves many struggling while fostering entrepreneurial efforts among those with fewer resources. In each case, scarcity resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values: struggle versus innovation, competition versus collaboration. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that scarcity isn't inherently good or bad, its impact depends on how we respond. True resilience arises when constraints become catalysts for connection rather than division. Like stars shining brightest in the darkest skies, scarcity reveals humanity's potential to adapt, endure, and create meaning even in the most challenging circumstances. Perhaps the challenge lies not in escaping scarcity but in transforming it into opportunity without losing sight of compassion. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between limitation and possibility, hardship and hope. As you drift into stillness, imagine the desert dissolving into starlight, its sparse beauty merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of perseverance unfolding across time. Number 73. The Paradox of Wealth. Imagine standing in a grand, opulent hall adorned with gold-leafed walls and crystal chandeliers that shimmer like stars against the dim glow of candlelight. Around you, treasures abound, priceless art, rare artifacts, and luxurious furnishings, all symbols of immense wealth. Yet, as you take it all in, a strange emptiness lingers in the air. Despite the abundance, there's an unspoken tension. Does possessing so much truly bring happiness, or does it create new burdens and desires? This is the essence of the paradox of wealth. Material riches can provide comfort and opportunity, yet they often fail to satisfy deeper longings, and sometimes even amplify them. Wealth promises freedom, a life unencumbered by financial worry, where dreams can be pursued and comforts enjoyed. But paradoxically, accumulating wealth often introduces complexities rather than resolving them. Think about how affluence can isolate individuals, creating barriers between haves and have-nots, or how endless options for spending breed decision fatigue instead of joy. What begins as a means to enhance life can become an end in itself, consuming time and energy without delivering lasting fulfillment. Wealth, while offering power, also carries the weight of responsibility and expectation. Picture yourself wandering through the hall, your footsteps echoing softly against the marble floor. You pause before a painting worth millions, its beauty undeniable, but somehow distant, untouchable. It occurs to you that wealth changes not just what we own but who we are. Relationships shift under its influence. Motivations become clouded by status or security. You recall stories of those who gained fortunes only to lose their sense of purpose, or worse, their humanity. It strikes you that wealth isn't inherently good or bad. Its value depends on how it shapes our lives and interactions. Now zoom out from the hall. The paradox of wealth mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about philanthropists using vast resources to drive change. Do they empower others or reinforce inequality? Or consider affluent societies plagued by rising rates of anxiety and dissatisfaction despite unprecedented access to goods and services. In each case, wealth resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: ambition versus contentment, privilege versus purpose. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that true wealth isn't measured by possessions but by connection and meaning. Fulfillment arises not from having more but from giving generously, sharing experiences and nurturing relationships. Like stars illuminating the night sky, wealth shines brightest when used to uplift others rather than hoarded in isolation. Perhaps the challenge lies not in acquiring riches but in aligning them with values that transcend material gain. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between abundance and satisfaction, ownership and generosity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the hall dissolving into starlight, its treasures merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of thoughtful stewardship unfolding across time. Number 74. The Paradox of Poverty. Imagine standing in a small, dimly lit room where the faint scent of wood smoke lingers in the air. The walls are bare, save for a few simple tools hanging neatly on one side. A single flickering candle casts long shadows across the floor, illuminating just enough to see by. Though the space is humble, there's an undeniable warmth, a sense of connection between those who share it. Yet, as you sit quietly, you notice something profound. While poverty strips away material comforts, it often reveals the richness of human spirit and community. This is the essence of the paradox of poverty. Scarcity can constrain lives but also foster resilience, creativity, and deeper bonds among people. Poverty promises hardship, a life shaped by lack where basic needs like food, shelter, and security feel perpetually out of reach. But paradoxically, it also cultivates ingenuity and solidarity. Think about how families in impoverished communities come together to pool resources, sharing meals or skills to ensure everyone survives. Or consider how artists and inventors with little access to materials create beauty and innovation from scraps. What seems like deprivation forces individuals to rely not on possessions but on relationships, imagination, and inner strength. Picture yourself seated at a low wooden table, watching as hands deftly weave baskets from discarded twine or mend clothes with careful stitches. These acts are not merely practical, they carry stories of endurance and hope. You recall tales of villages where neighbors rally to build homes after storms or cities where strangers share what little they have with those in greater need. Poverty, though harsh, often uncovers humanity's capacity for compassion and adaptability. It strips away distractions, forcing focus on what truly matters: love, trust, and survival. Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of poverty mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about global efforts to alleviate economic inequality. Do aid programs empower communities or unintentionally undermine local resilience? Or consider cultural narratives that equate wealth with success, leaving those without means feeling invisible or undervalued. In each case, poverty resists simple solutions, forcing us to weigh competing values: struggle versus support, independence versus interdependence. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that true wealth isn't measured by possessions but by the depth of our connections and the strength of our character. Resilience arises not from escaping poverty but from transforming it into opportunity through shared effort and empathy. Like stars shining brightest in the darkest skies, poverty reveals humanity's potential to endure, adapt, and find meaning even amid scarcity. Perhaps the challenge lies not in erasing poverty entirely but in addressing its root causes while honoring the dignity and resourcefulness it inspires. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between limitation and abundance, hardship and humanity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the room dissolving into starlight, its simplicity merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of resilience unfolding across time. Number 75. The Paradox of Success. Imagine standing atop a mountain at sunrise, the world sprawling below in hues of gold and shadow. You've climbed this peak after years of relentless effort, each step fueled by ambition, sacrifice, and unwavering determination. The view is breathtaking, a reward for all you've endured. Yet as you take it in, a quiet unease settles over you. What now? The very drive that brought you here feels hollow without another summit to conquer. This is the essence of the paradox of success. Achieving what we strive for often leaves us yearning for more, or questioning if the journey was worth the cost. Success promises fulfillment, a validation of hard work, talent, and perseverance. But paradoxically, it can also bring emptiness once the initial thrill fades. Think about how athletes train their entire lives for a single moment of glory, only to find themselves searching for purpose afterward. Or consider entrepreneurs who build empires, only to realize they've sacrificed relationships, health, or peace of mind along the way. Success, while offering external rewards, often fails to address deeper longings for meaning and connection. Picture yourself sitting on the rocky ledge, the wind brushing against your face as you reflect on the climb. Each decision, each sacrifice led you here, but at what expense? You recall moments missed with loved ones, passions abandoned for practicality, and dreams deferred in pursuit of goals dictated by societal expectations rather than personal truth. It strikes you that success isn't inherently fulfilling. Its value depends on alignment with inner values rather than outward markers of achievement. Now zoom out from the mountain. The paradox of success mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural narratives equating success with wealth, fame, or power. Do these ideals inspire growth or perpetuate dissatisfaction? Or consider the pressure to have it all, balancing career, family, and personal aspirations in ways that leave many feeling stretched thin. In each case, success resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: ambition versus contentment, recognition versus authenticity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that true success isn't found in destinations but in journeys. Fulfillment arises not from reaching peaks but from cherishing the steps taken, the lessons learned, and the people met along the way. Like stars illuminating the night sky, success shines brightest when guided by purpose and gratitude. Perhaps the challenge lies not in achieving more but in redefining what success means to us individually. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between striving and savoring, accomplishment and introspection. As you drift into stillness, imagine the mountain dissolving into starlight, its heights merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of meaningful progress unfolding across time. Number 76. The Paradox of Failure. Imagine standing in a quiet workshop, the air heavy with the scent of sawdust and unfinished wood. Before you lies a shattered sculpture, a project you poured your heart into, now reduced to fragments on the floor. Your hands ache from hours of effort and frustration burns in your chest. Yet, as you kneel to gather the pieces, something unexpected catches your eye. Within the broken form, new shapes begin to emerge, curves and angles that never existed in your original design. This is the essence of the paradox of failure. What feels like defeat often holds the seeds of transformation and growth. Failure promises disappointment, a gap between expectation and reality, a reminder of limits and imperfections. But paradoxically, it also offers unmatched opportunities for learning and reinvention. Think about how inventors refine their creations through trial and error, or how artists discover breakthroughs by embracing accidents. What seems like loss can become a catalyst for innovation, forcing us to rethink assumptions and explore uncharted paths. Failure strips away illusions of control, revealing resilience we didn't know we had. Picture yourself sifting through the debris, each fragment telling a story of where things went wrong. You notice how cracks expose hidden textures, how jagged edges catch the light in ways smooth surfaces never could. It occurs to you that failure isn't just an endpoint, it's a pivot point. Every misstep carries lessons, every setback invites recalibration. You recall stories of entrepreneurs whose first ventures collapsed only to pave the way for groundbreaking successes, or scientists whose failed experiments led to revolutionary discoveries. Failure, though painful, often uncovers potential obscured by initial plans. Now zoom out from the workshop. The paradox of failure mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about education systems that penalize mistakes rather than celebrating them as stepping stones to mastery. Or consider cultures that stigmatize failure, leaving individuals afraid to take risks or pursue bold ideas. In each case, failure resists simple judgment, forcing us to weigh competing values: fear versus courage, perfection versus progress. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that failure isn't the opposite of success but a crucial part of it. True growth arises not from avoiding mistakes but from embracing them as teachers, guiding us toward deeper understanding and creativity. Like stars born from cosmic collapse, failure shines brightest when reframed as opportunity. Perhaps the challenge lies not in fearing failure but in trusting its power to transform. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between falling and rising, struggle and renewal. As you drift into stillness, imagine the broken sculpture dissolving into starlight, its fragments merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of possibility unfolding across time. Number 77. The Paradox of Ambition. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, uncharted ocean, the horizon stretching endlessly before you. In your hands you hold a map, partially drawn with vast blank spaces waiting to be filled. Your heart beats with excitement and determination, driven by the promise of discovery and achievement. Yet, as you gaze out at the water, a quiet thought arises: will this relentless pursuit of more ever truly satisfy you? Or will ambition's insatiable hunger always leave you yearning for the next horizon? This is the essence of the paradox of ambition. The very force that propels us forward can also prevent us from finding peace in the present. Ambition promises progress, a driving energy that fuels innovation, growth, and accomplishment. But paradoxically, it often creates a cycle of perpetual striving, where no success feels final or complete. Think about how climbing one ladder reveals another, higher one. How achieving a goal sparks not contentment but the desire for something greater. Ambition pushes boundaries and expands possibilities, yet it can also overshadow moments of joy, leaving us restless and dissatisfied even amidst triumphs. Picture yourself setting sail across the ocean, your ship cutting through the waves as you chase distant shores. Each milestone reached brings fleeting satisfaction, quickly replaced by the urge to venture further. You recall stories of explorers who mapped continents yet remained haunted by lands unseen, or artists who created masterpieces yet felt their work was never enough. It strikes you that ambition isn't inherently fulfilling. Its value depends on whether it serves a deeper purpose, or merely feeds an endless craving for more. Now zoom out from the ocean. The paradox of ambition mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about careers defined by constant competition. Are accolades and promotions truly satisfying if they come at the cost of well-being? Or consider cultural narratives that equate worth with productivity, leaving individuals trapped in cycles of overwork and burnout. In each case, ambition resists simple answers, forcing us to weigh competing values: aspiration versus contentment, legacy versus presence. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that ambition need not be a runaway train but a compass guided by intention. True fulfillment arises when we channel our drive toward meaningful goals without losing sight of the journey itself. Like stars illuminating the night sky, ambition shines brightest when tempered by gratitude and balance. Perhaps the challenge lies not in abandoning ambition but in aligning it with what truly matters to us. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between striving and savoring, dreaming and being. As you drift into stillness, imagine the ocean dissolving into starlight, its waves merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of purposeful progress unfolding across time. Number 78. The Paradox of Contentment. Imagine sitting in a quiet garden at twilight, the air alive with the soft hum of crickets and the scent of blooming jasmine. Before you lies a simple wooden bench, weathered by time but sturdy and inviting. You take a seat, feeling the coolness of the wood beneath your hands and allow yourself to simply be. For a moment, contentment washes over you, a deep, abiding sense of peace that needs no justification or explanation. Yet, as the stillness lingers, a quiet question arises. Does this contentment mean you've stopped striving? Or is it possible to be content while still reaching for more? This is the essence of the paradox of contentment. Finding peace in the present often feels at odds with the human drive to grow and improve. Contentment promises fulfillment, a state of inner calm that arises when we accept life as it is, free from the relentless pursuit of better. But paradoxically, it can also feel like surrender, as though embracing the now means giving up on dreams of what could be. Think about how the pursuit of happiness often leads us to chase external markers of success, wealth, recognition, or achievement, only to find that true satisfaction comes from within. Yet, if we become too content, do we risk stagnation, losing the spark of curiosity and ambition that propels us forward? Picture yourself breathing deeply, the weight of the day melting away as you watch fireflies dance in the gathering dusk. Each flicker of light reminds you of life's fleeting beauty, the delicate balance between effort and ease, striving and stillness. You recall moments when contentment felt like an arrival, only to realize later that it was merely a resting place along an ongoing journey. Perhaps contentment isn't about staying put but about carrying peace with you, even as you move toward new horizons. Now zoom out from the garden. The paradox of contentment mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultures that celebrate constant growth and productivity. Are we ever allowed to pause without guilt? Or consider personal struggles with self-worth, where feelings of inadequacy arise from comparing ourselves to others. In each case, contentment resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: gratitude versus aspiration, acceptance versus ambition. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that contentment and growth are not mutually exclusive. True fulfillment arises when we learn to hold both, the ability to appreciate what we have while remaining open to what might come. Like stars shining steadily against the night sky, contentment gains depth when paired with the gentle pull of possibility. Perhaps the challenge lies not in choosing between rest and motion but in finding harmony between them. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between being and becoming, stillness and striving. As you drift into stillness, imagine the garden dissolving into starlight, its blooms and fireflies merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced existence unfolding across time. Number 79. The Paradox of Change. Imagine standing at the edge of a river, its waters flowing steadily over smooth stones and around bends that disappear into the horizon. You dip your hand into the cool current, feeling its gentle pull against your fingers. Each moment brings a new rush of water, never the same, yet always recognizable as part of the river's essence. This is the essence of the paradox of change. Life is in constant motion, yet within that flux lies an unchanging truth. We crave stability, but growth demands transformation, and often what we resist most becomes the very force that shapes us. Change promises renewal, a chance to shed old patterns, embrace new possibilities, and evolve into something greater. But paradoxically, it also brings discomfort, uncertainty, and loss. Think about how seasons shift, bringing both beauty and impermanence, how relationships deepen through challenges as much as joys, or how personal breakthroughs often require confronting fears or dismantling familiar structures. Change unsettles us precisely because it asks us to let go of what we know in order to make space for what could be. Picture yourself watching the river, its surface shimmering with reflections of the sky above. You notice how the water carves paths through rocks, reshaping the landscape over time while remaining fundamentally itself. It occurs to you that change isn't something external, it's woven into the fabric of existence. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought carries the imprint of transition. Yet, despite this inevitability, humans are wired to seek constancy, clinging to routines, identities, or expectations as anchors against the tide of uncertainty. Now zoom out from the river. The paradox of change mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about technological advancements that revolutionize industries but disrupt livelihoods, or cultural shifts that challenge traditions while opening doors to inclusivity and progress. In each case, change resists simple judgment, forcing us to weigh competing values: comfort versus courage, preservation versus innovation. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that change isn't the enemy, resistance is. True resilience arises when we learn to flow with life's currents rather than fight them. Like stars emerging from cosmic chaos, meaningful transformation shines brightest when embraced with openness and trust. Perhaps the challenge lies not in fearing change but in recognizing it as the natural rhythm of existence. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between movement and stillness, disruption and continuity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the river dissolving into starlight, its waters merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of perpetual becoming unfolding across time. Number 80. The Paradox of Stability. Imagine standing in the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretch skyward, their roots buried deep within the earth. The air is calm and heavy with the scent of moss and damp soil. This place feels eternal, a sanctuary untouched by time, offering a sense of grounding and permanence. Yet as you look closer, you notice subtle signs of change. A fallen branch here, new saplings sprouting there, and the faint hum of insects signaling life's constant motion. This is the essence of the paradox of stability. What appears steadfast and unchanging is often sustained by cycles of growth, decay, and renewal. Stability promises security, a foundation upon which we can build lives, relationships, and societies. But paradoxically, it relies on underlying dynamism to endure. Think about how ecosystems maintain balance through intricate interactions or how economies stabilize through innovation and adaptation. True stability isn't static, it's a living equilibrium that evolves over time. Yet, when we cling too tightly to the illusion of permanence, we risk stifling the very forces that sustain it. Picture yourself leaning against one of the ancient trees, its bark rough beneath your fingertips. You marvel at its resilience, imagining it has stood here for centuries. But then you notice the scars, places where lightning struck or storms battered its trunk, and realize that even this mighty giant has endured countless challenges to survive. It strikes you that stability isn't about avoiding change but about integrating it. Growth requires disruption just as healing follows wounds. Without these fluctuations, stagnation would set in, leaving systems brittle and vulnerable. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of stability mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about political systems striving for order while grappling with demands for progress, or traditional practices preserving cultural heritage yet struggling to remain relevant in a changing world. In each case, stability resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: preservation versus evolution, predictability versus flexibility. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that stability isn't the absence of change but the ability to adapt without losing core identity. Like stars shining steadily amid cosmic turbulence, true stability arises when dynamic forces are harmonized rather than suppressed. Perhaps the challenge lies not in resisting instability but in embracing it as part of the process of enduring. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between stillness and movement, permanence and flux. As you drift into stillness, imagine the forest dissolving into starlight, its towering trees merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of balanced existence unfolding across time. Number 81. The Paradox of Memory. Imagine standing in a quiet attic, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and forgotten things. Around you, boxes overflow with photographs, letters and trinkets, fragments of lives once lived. You pick up an old photograph, its edges worn soft by time. The faces staring back at you are familiar yet distant, their stories etched into your mind but blurred by years of retelling. This is the essence of the paradox of memory. Memories shape who we are, yet they are malleable, shifting with each recollection until the truth becomes as elusive as the stars above. Memory promises permanence, a way to hold on to moments that would otherwise slip away. But paradoxically, it is inherently unreliable. Think about how two people can recall the same event differently, or how childhood memories feel vivid yet may be reconstructed from fragments rather than fact. What we remember isn't always what happened. Instead, it's a collage of emotions, perspectives, and reinterpretations stitched together over time. Memory preserves, but it also transforms, leaving us to wonder where reality ends and imagination begins. Picture yourself sitting cross-legged on the dusty floor, sifting through the artifacts of the past. Each item sparks a cascade of images, birthdays celebrated, journeys taken, loved ones lost, but none feel entirely whole. You recall a summer afternoon spent running through fields, laughing under the sun. Was it truly golden, or has nostalgia painted it so? It strikes you that memory isn't a static archive but a living process, constantly reshaping itself to fit the narrative of our lives. Now zoom out from the attic. The paradox of memory mirrors broader human experiences we encounter daily. Think about collective histories recorded in books and monuments. Are they objective truths or curated reflections shaped by those who tell them? Or consider personal relationships, where shared memories bind us together even as individual interpretations create subtle divides. In each case, memory resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: preservation versus reinterpretation, accuracy versus meaning. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that memory's power lies not in precision but in connection. True remembrance arises when we embrace its fluidity, allowing it to enrich our understanding rather than constrain it. Like stars scattered across the night sky, memories gain significance not because they are fixed but because they illuminate paths forward. Perhaps the challenge lies not in capturing the past perfectly but in honoring its role in shaping the present. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between remembering and forgetting, clarity and ambiguity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the attic dissolving into starlight, its treasures merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of timeless reflection unfolding across time. Number 82. The Paradox of Forgetting. Imagine standing on a moonlit beach, the waves lapping softly at your feet as the ocean stretches endlessly before you. In your hands you hold a smooth stone, its surface worn by time and tide. You close your eyes and try to recall a memory tied to this place, a moment of laughter, a whispered promise, or a quiet reflection, but it slips away like grains of sand through your fingers. This is the essence of the paradox of forgetting. While forgetting feels like loss, it also clears space for new beginnings, allowing us to move forward without being weighed down by the past. Forgetting promises release, a way to let go of pain, regret, or burdens that no longer serve us. But paradoxically, it can also feel like betrayal, as though we're abandoning pieces of ourselves or erasing those who shaped our lives. Think about how memories fade over time, not all at once but in fragments like colors bleeding from an old photograph. What remains is often a faint impression, a shadow of what once was. Yet, without forgetting, would we have room to grow, to dream, or to heal? Picture yourself walking along the shoreline, each step leaving a temporary mark in the wet sand only to be washed away by the next wave. You think about the memories you've lost, childhood games whose rules you barely remember, faces of people who drifted out of your life, moments that felt monumental yet now elude you entirely. It occurs to you that forgetting isn't just absence, it's a form of renewal. By releasing what no longer fits, we make space for fresh experiences, new connections, and deeper understanding. Forgetting doesn't erase, it transforms. Now zoom out from the beach. The paradox of forgetting mirrors broader human dilemmas we face daily. Think about grief, where forgetting feels like dishonoring a loved one, yet clinging too tightly to memories can prevent healing. Or consider learning where unlearning outdated ideas is essential for growth. In each case, forgetting resists simple judgment, forcing us to weigh competing values. Preservation versus progress, attachment versus freedom. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that forgetting is not the opposite of remembering but its complement. True clarity arises when we allow some memories to fade so others can shine more brightly. Like stars emerging from the night sky, meaningful recollections gain focus when surrounded by the vastness of what has been released. Perhaps the challenge lies not in fearing forgetting but in trusting its role in shaping our journey. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between holding on and letting go, presence and absence. As you drift into stillness, imagine the beach dissolving into starlight, its waves merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of graceful transformation unfolding across time. Number 83. The Paradox of Learning. Imagine standing in a vast library, its shelves stretching endlessly upward into the shadows. Each book holds knowledge, secrets of the universe, lessons from history and insights into the human soul. Yet, as you reach for one, a quiet realization washes over you. The more you learn, the more you become aware of how much remains unknown. This is the essence of the paradox of learning. The pursuit of knowledge expands our understanding but also reveals the infinite depths of what we do not, and may never, know. Learning promises enlightenment, a way to illuminate the darkness of ignorance and equip ourselves with tools to navigate life. But paradoxically, it often leaves us humbled rather than empowered. Think about how mastering a skill opens doors to even greater challenges or how studying a subject uncovers complexities previously unseen. What begins as clarity can spiral into questions without answers, leaving us both exhilarated and daunted by the vastness of the unknown. Picture yourself sitting at a wooden table, surrounded by open books and scattered notes. You trace your fingers over diagrams, equations, and poetic lines, marveling at the brilliance of those who came before. Yet, with each discovery, new mysteries arise. A map of the stars inspires awe but reminds you of galaxies yet uncharted. A philosophical text sparks insight but raises doubts about truths once taken for granted. It strikes you that learning isn't about reaching an endpoint, it's about embracing the journey, however uncertain. Now zoom out from the library. The paradox of learning mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about education systems designed to impart facts. Are they fostering curiosity or stifling it with rigid structures? Or consider scientific progress, where breakthroughs often lead to deeper enigmas rather than final resolutions. In each case, learning resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values. Mastery versus wonder, certainty versus inquiry. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that true learning lies not in accumulating answers but in cultivating questions. Growth arises when we embrace uncertainty, seeing it not as a barrier but as an invitation to explore further. Like stars scattered across the night sky, knowledge gains meaning when framed by the infinite expanse of mystery. Perhaps the challenge lies not in conquering the unknown but in finding joy in its boundlessness. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between knowing and questioning, discovery and humility. As you drift into stillness, imagine the library dissolving into starlight, its books merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of perpetual curiosity unfolding across time. Number 84. The Paradox of Teaching. Imagine standing in a quiet classroom as dawn breaks, its wooden desks bathed in the soft glow of early morning light. Before you lies an open notebook, its pages filled with notes and sketches meant to guide others toward understanding. Yet, as you prepare to teach, you realize something profound. In sharing knowledge, you are also learning anew. This is the essence of the paradox of teaching. To truly teach is to recognize that the act itself deepens your own understanding, and that the teacher often gains as much as the student. Teaching promises clarity, a way to illuminate concepts for others while solidifying one's own grasp of them. But paradoxically, it also demands vulnerability. To explain an idea clearly requires breaking it down into its simplest parts, confronting gaps in your own comprehension, and adapting to the unique perspectives of those you teach. What begins as an effort to impart wisdom becomes a reciprocal exchange, where questions from students challenge assumptions and spark fresh insights. Picture yourself standing at the front of the room, chalk in hand, as you draw a diagram on the blackboard. Your voice carries confidence, but inside you're acutely aware of how much you still don't know. A student raises their hand, asking a question you hadn't anticipated, one that forces you to rethink what you thought was certain. It occurs to you that teaching isn't about possessing all the answers, it's about fostering curiosity and creating space for discovery, not just for the learner but for yourself as well. Now zoom out from the classroom. The paradox of teaching mirrors broader societal dilemmas we encounter daily. Think about mentors guiding apprentices. Do they shape the next generation or are they reshaped by it? Or consider educational systems designed to standardize knowledge. Are they nurturing critical thinking or stifling creativity? In each case, teaching resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values. Authority versus collaboration, transmission versus transformation. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that teaching is less about control and more about connection. True education arises when both teacher and student engage in mutual exploration, seeing learning not as a hierarchy but as a shared journey. Like stars reflecting off calm waters, knowledge shines brightest when passed between minds rather than hoarded by one. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies not in mastering content but in embracing the humility and growth that come with sharing it. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between giving and receiving, guidance and discovery. As you drift into stillness, imagine the classroom dissolving into starlight, its walls merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of collaborative enlightenment unfolding across time. Number 85. The Paradox of Creativity. Imagine standing in a dimly lit studio, the air tinged with the scent of paint and sawdust. Around you, half-finished canvases lean against the walls, sculptures take shape on workbenches, and scraps of paper litter the floor, each bearing fragments of ideas not yet fully realized. You pick up a brush, poised to create something new, but a quiet tension arises. How can you express originality when every idea seems influenced by what has come before? This is the essence of the paradox of creativity. True innovation often emerges from imitation, and the act of creating both liberates and confines us. Creativity promises freedom, a way to break boundaries, challenge norms, and bring forth something entirely unique. But paradoxically, it is deeply rooted in constraints and influences. Think about how artists learn by studying the masters or how writers draw inspiration from stories already told. What feels like originality is often a remix of existing elements, reimagined through a personal lens. Yet, within these limitations lies immense potential. Creativity thrives not in boundless chaos but within structured exploration. Picture yourself seated at an easel, your mind racing with possibilities. Each stroke of the brush feels both exhilarating and daunting, as if you're balancing on the edge of discovery and doubt. You recall moments when creative breakthroughs came not from chasing novelty but from embracing imperfection, allowing mistakes to guide you toward unexpected beauty. It strikes you that creativity isn't about escaping influence, it's about transforming it into something authentic. By engaging deeply with the world around you, you find your voice while honoring the voices that shaped it. Now zoom out from the studio. The paradox of creativity mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about technological advancements inspired by nature's designs or cultural movements born from blending traditions. In each case, creativity resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values. Originality versus tradition, freedom versus structure. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that creativity is less about reinventing the wheel and more about spinning it in a new direction. True innovation arises when we embrace influence without being confined by it, finding harmony between what we borrow and what we contribute. Like stars illuminating the night sky, creativity gains brilliance when grounded in connection rather than isolation. Perhaps the challenge lies not in fearing imitation but in trusting the process of transformation. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between borrowing and inventing, constraint and liberation. As you drift into stillness, imagine the studio dissolving into starlight, its creations merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of endless possibility unfolding across time. Number 86. The Paradox of Originality. Imagine standing in a quiet gallery, its walls adorned with paintings that span centuries of human expression. Before you hangs a masterpiece, a swirling cascade of colors and forms that seem to defy definition. Yet as you gaze at it, you notice echoes of other works. The bold strokes reminiscent of Van Gogh, the dreamlike haze akin to Monet, the geometric precision borrowed from Kandinsky. This is the essence of the paradox of originality. True uniqueness often emerges not from isolation but from connection, drawing upon what exists to create something new, yet inevitably intertwined with the past. Originality promises distinction, a chance to leave a mark on the world that feels entirely one's own. But paradoxically, it is deeply entangled with influence. Think about how every great innovator stands on the shoulders of those who came before, whether they acknowledge it or not. What appears groundbreaking is often a synthesis of familiar elements rearranged in unexpected ways. To seek pure originality is to chase an illusion. Instead, creativity thrives when we embrace interdependence, weaving threads from the collective tapestry into our own designs. Picture yourself stepping closer to the painting, tracing the layers of technique and inspiration with your eyes. Each brushstroke tells a story, not just of the artist's vision but of their journey through art history, absorbing lessons from countless predecessors. It occurs to you that originality isn't about rejecting tradition but transforming it. By engaging deeply with the work of others, creators find pathways to reinvention, blending homage with innovation in ways that feel both timeless and fresh. Now zoom out from the gallery. The paradox of originality mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about musicians sampling old tracks to craft new songs or architects designing modern structures inspired by ancient forms. In each case, originality resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: individuality versus community, novelty versus heritage. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that originality doesn't diminish influence, it amplifies it. True creativity arises when we honor the legacies that shape us while daring to reinterpret them for our time. Like stars reflecting off calm waters, original ideas shine brightest when they ripple outward, connecting us to something greater than ourselves. Perhaps the challenge lies not in avoiding influence but in transforming it into something uniquely ours. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between borrowing and inventing, legacy and innovation. As you drift into stillness, imagine the gallery dissolving into starlight, its artworks merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of endless reinterpretation unfolding across time. Number 87. The Paradox of Art. Imagine standing in a dimly lit gallery, the air heavy with the faint scent of oil paint and polished wood. Before you hangs a sprawling canvas, a chaotic swirl of colors, shapes, and textures that seem to pulse with life. As you step closer, the abstraction resolves into something recognizable. A human figure, distorted yet deeply emotive, reaching out as if yearning for connection. This is the essence of the paradox of art. Art seeks to capture universal truths, yet its power lies in its subjectivity, each viewer finding their own meaning within the same strokes of paint or lines of poetry. Art promises expression, a way to distill the ineffable into form, to give voice to emotions and ideas that words alone cannot convey. But paradoxically, it resists definitive interpretation. What feels like clarity to one person may feel opaque to another. What moves someone to tears might leave another indifferent. Think about how a single painting can evoke awe in one moment and confusion in the next, depending on the viewer's mood, memories, or perspective. Art doesn't dictate, it invites, leaving space for infinite readings. Picture yourself lingering before the canvas, your eyes tracing the bold strokes and delicate details. You notice how the colors shift subtly under different angles of light, revealing new dimensions each time. It strikes you that art isn't static. It evolves with the observer, shaped by their experiences and emotions. A melody played at dawn might sound entirely different at dusk. A poem read in youth takes on new weight in old age. Art exists not in isolation but in relationship, its meaning co-created by maker and audience alike. Now zoom out from the gallery. The paradox of art mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about debates over censorship. Are certain interpretations dangerous, or does restricting access stifle dialogue? Or consider cultural heritage, where traditional forms are preserved yet risk losing relevance without innovation. In each case, art resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: universality versus individuality, preservation versus evolution. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that art thrives in ambiguity. True resonance arises not when meaning is fixed but when it remains open-ended, inviting diverse perspectives to enrich its narrative. Like stars scattered across the night sky, art shines brightest when viewed through countless lenses. Perhaps the challenge lies not in seeking singular understanding but in embracing multiplicity, the shared humanity woven into every subjective experience. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between creation and interpretation, unity and diversity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the gallery dissolving into starlight, its artworks merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of boundless imagination unfolding across time. Number 88. The Paradox of Beauty. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff as dawn breaks, the horizon painted in streaks of gold and rose. Below, waves crash against jagged rocks, their rhythm steady and eternal. The scene is breathtaking, a symphony of light, sound, and motion that stirs something deep within you. Yet as you take it all in, a quiet thought arises: what makes this moment beautiful? Is it the grandeur of nature, or is it the fleeting imperfection of the moment itself? This is the essence of the paradox of beauty. Beauty feels universal yet profoundly personal, and its power lies not in perfection but in resonance. Beauty promises transcendence, a way to lift us beyond the mundane, to glimpse something greater than ourselves. But paradoxically, it resists definition. What one person finds exquisite, another might overlook entirely. Think about how a cracked vase can hold more character than a flawless one, or how a scarred landscape tells a richer story than an untouched one. Beauty isn't bound by symmetry or polish. It thrives on contrast, imperfection, and the unexpected. It speaks to us not because it's perfect but because it feels true. Picture yourself kneeling at the cliff's edge, your fingers brushing against the rough stone beneath you. You notice how the sunlight catches tiny fractures in the rock, turning flaws into shimmering veins of light. It occurs to you that beauty isn't just something we observe, it's something we participate in. A melody becomes more moving when shared, a sunset more poignant when witnessed with someone you love. Beauty exists not in isolation but in connection, shaped by our emotions, memories, and relationships. Now zoom out from the cliff. The paradox of beauty mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural standards of attractiveness. Do they celebrate diversity or impose conformity? Or consider art movements that challenge traditional notions of beauty, inviting us to see charm in decay or grace in asymmetry. In each case, beauty resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: objectivity versus subjectivity, perfection versus authenticity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that beauty isn't about meeting ideals but about sparking connection. True beauty arises when we embrace imperfection, finding harmony in contrasts and meaning in the ephemeral. Like stars scattered across the night sky, beauty shines brightest when framed by darkness and uncertainty. Perhaps the challenge lies not in seeking flawless forms but in recognizing the extraordinary within the ordinary. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between flawlessness and fragility, universality and intimacy. As you drift into stillness, imagine the cliff dissolving into starlight, its rugged edges merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of timeless wonder unfolding across time. Number 89. The Paradox of Ugliness. Imagine standing in a forgotten alley, the air heavy with the scent of damp brick and rusted metal. Around you, graffiti-covered walls peel and crumble, their surfaces scarred by time and neglect. At first glance, the scene feels harsh, unwelcoming, a stark contrast to the polished beauty often celebrated in galleries or sunlit landscapes. Yet, as you linger, something unexpected catches your eye: the way light filters through cracks, casting intricate shadows that dance across the ground. This is the essence of the paradox of ugliness. What appears repulsive or broken can hold profound depth and meaning, challenging us to see beyond surface appearances. Ugliness promises discomfort, a disruption of harmony, an affront to ideals of perfection. But paradoxically, it also invites curiosity and reflection. Think about how a gnarled tree, twisted by storms, tells a richer story than a symmetrical sapling. How raw, unfiltered emotions and art can move us more deeply than polished facades. What we label as ugly often reveals truths too complex or painful for conventional beauty to encompass. It strips away pretense, forcing us to confront reality in its rawest form. Picture yourself tracing your fingers along the rough texture of the wall, feeling the grit and unevenness beneath your skin. You notice how layers of paint overlap, each stroke a relic of someone's voice, their anger, hope, or despair preserved in chaotic hues. It strikes you that ugliness isn't merely absence, it's presence. These imperfections carry stories, memories, and resilience. They remind us that life itself is messy, unpredictable, and far richer than any idealized vision could capture. Now zoom out from the alley. The paradox of ugliness mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural biases against those deemed unattractive or unconventional. Are we dismissing individuals based on superficial judgments? Or consider environmental degradation, where polluted rivers and barren wastelands evoke revulsion yet demand attention and care. In each case, ugliness resists simple dismissal, forcing us to weigh competing values: rejection versus acceptance, surface versus substance. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that ugliness has value precisely because it challenges us. True understanding arises when we embrace discomfort, finding beauty in honesty and strength in vulnerability. Like stars obscured by clouds, ugliness gains significance when viewed through a lens of empathy and context. Perhaps the challenge lies not in avoiding the unpleasant but in learning to see its hidden grace. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between repulsion and revelation, chaos and clarity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the alley dissolving into starlight, its jagged edges merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of profound insight unfolding across time. Number 90. The Paradox of Meaning. Imagine standing in a quiet forest at twilight, the air alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Around you, towering trees stretch skyward, their branches interwoven like threads in a vast, unseen tapestry. You feel the weight of something greater than yourself, a sense of connection to the earth, the stars above, and the countless lives that have passed through this space before you. Yet, as you try to grasp the essence of this feeling, it slips away, elusive and intangible. This is the essence of the paradox of meaning. We yearn for purpose, yet meaning often reveals itself not in grand revelations but in fleeting, ordinary moments. Meaning promises fulfillment, a way to anchor our existence, to make sense of chaos and find coherence in life's scattered fragments. But paradoxically, the search for meaning can leave us adrift, caught between certainty and ambiguity. Think about how people chase careers, relationships, or achievements hoping they will provide ultimate answers, only to discover that meaning shifts over time, shaped by experiences, emotions, and perspectives. What feels profound today might feel hollow tomorrow, and what seems small now may later resonate deeply. Picture yourself sitting on a moss-covered log, your hands resting lightly on your knees as you breathe in the cool evening air. You notice the intricate patterns of bark on nearby trees, the delicate veins of fallen leaves, and the faint glow of fireflies beginning to dance in the gathering darkness. It occurs to you that meaning isn't something you find, it's something you create. Each moment holds potential, waiting to be woven into the story of your life. A stranger's smile, a shared meal, or even silence can carry significance when seen through the lens of presence and gratitude. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of meaning mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural narratives that equate success with happiness. Are we missing deeper truths by chasing external markers of worth? Or consider existential questions posed by art, religion, and philosophy, which offer frameworks for understanding life without ever fully resolving its mysteries. In each case, meaning resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: permanence versus impermanence, clarity versus mystery. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that meaning doesn't have to be monumental to matter. True fulfillment arises when we embrace the ephemerality of existence, finding richness in the everyday and allowing ourselves to evolve alongside our understanding. Like stars illuminating the night sky, meaning shines brightest when we stop searching desperately and instead remain open to its subtle appearances. Perhaps the challenge lies not in seeking answers but in trusting the journey itself. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between questioning and accepting, effort and surrender. As you drift into stillness, imagine the forest dissolving into starlight, its ancient trees merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unfolding significance across time. Number 91. The Paradox of Purpose. Imagine standing on the edge of a vast, open plain at sunrise, the horizon painted in hues of gold and crimson. Before you stretches an unmarked path, disappearing into the distance. You feel the pull of something greater, a yearning to move forward, to make your mark, to find a reason for being. Yet, as you take your first step, a quiet thought arises. Does purpose come from following a predetermined path, or is it forged in the act of walking itself? This is the essence of the paradox of purpose. We seek direction, Yet true purpose often emerges not from certainty but from exploration and uncertainty. Purpose promises clarity, a guiding light that gives shape to our days and meaning to our efforts. But paradoxically, it often reveals itself through ambiguity and questioning. Think about how people embark on careers or projects with clear goals, only to discover their deepest fulfillment in unexpected detours. What feels like aimlessness may, in hindsight, be the fertile ground where purpose takes root. Purpose isn't always a destination. Sometimes it's the journey itself, the willingness to keep moving even when the way ahead is unclear. Picture yourself standing still for a moment, gazing out across the plain. The wind brushes against your face, carrying whispers of possibility. You notice how the grass sways in patterns, each blade bending and rising in response to unseen forces. It occurs to you that purpose isn't rigid, it adapts, grows, and shifts as we do. A teacher finds purpose not just in lesson plans but in the spark of understanding in a student's eyes. An artist discovers it not in fame but in the quiet joy of creation. Purpose isn't something handed to us, it's something we cultivate through action, reflection, and connection. Now zoom out from the plane. The paradox of purpose mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural expectations that pressure individuals to find their calling early in life. Are we limiting potential by demanding premature certainty? Or consider movements driven by collective purpose, where personal ambitions merge with shared visions for the greater good. In each case, purpose resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values, planning versus spontaneity, individuality versus community. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that purpose isn't about having all the answers but about embracing the questions. True fulfillment arises when we trust the process, allowing purpose to unfold organically rather than forcing it into rigid frameworks. Like stars scattered across the night sky, purpose shines brightest when viewed through the lens of curiosity and openness. Perhaps the challenge lies not in defining our purpose but in remaining present enough to recognize it when it calls. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between seeking and finding, structure and fluidity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the plane dissolving into starlight, its endless expanse merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unfolding intention across time. Number 92. The Paradox of Existence. Imagine lying on a hillside at night, the cool grass beneath you and the infinite expanse of stars above stretching endlessly in every direction. You feel both impossibly small and profoundly significant, a fleeting spark within an eternal cosmos. As you gaze upward, a quiet thought arises. If existence is so vast and unknowable, what does it mean to be here at all? This is the essence of the paradox of existence. We are simultaneously insignificant and indispensable, our lives shaped by impermanence yet brimming with meaning. Existence promises mystery, a question without an answer, a canvas painted with contradictions. We are born into a universe that operates on scales incomprehensible to human understanding, where galaxies collide and particles flicker in and out of reality. Yet paradoxically, this same indifferent cosmos gives rise to consciousness, love, art, and connection, things that feel uniquely precious precisely because they emerge from chaos. What seems random or meaningless can also hold profound significance when viewed through the lens of presence. Picture yourself reaching out toward the sky, your fingers brushing against nothingness yet feeling connected to something greater. You notice how each star twinkles faintly, its light traveling unimaginable distances to reach you. It strikes you that existence isn't about permanence, it's about participation. A single moment of awe, a shared laugh, or even the quiet act of breathing ties you to the intricate web of life. Impermanence doesn't diminish value, it amplifies it, reminding us to cherish what we have while we have it. Now zoom out from the hillside. The paradox of existence mirrors broader philosophical dilemmas we face daily. Think about humanity's place in the universe. Are we merely specks of dust, or do our actions ripple outward in ways we cannot fully comprehend? Or consider mortality, which casts a shadow over life but also imbues it with urgency and beauty. In each case, existence resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: insignificance versus importance, transience versus eternity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that existence isn't about solving the riddle of why we're here but about embracing the wonder of being here at all. True fulfillment arises not from seeking control or certainty but from surrendering to the flow of life, finding joy in the questions themselves. Like stars illuminating the night sky, existence shines brightest when we stop trying to explain it and simply marvel at its complexity. Perhaps the challenge lies not in understanding everything but in appreciating the mystery. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between insignificance and significance, chaos and order. As you drift into stillness, imagine the hillside dissolving into starlight, its contours merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of boundless wonder unfolding across time. Number 93. The Paradox of Nothingness. Imagine standing in a vast empty void, a space devoid of light, sound, or form. There is no horizon to anchor your gaze, no texture to ground your touch. It is absolute nothingness, an absence so complete it feels almost tangible. Yet, as you linger in this emptiness, a strange sensation begins to emerge. The very act of perceiving nothing fills you with awareness. This is the essence of the paradox of nothingness. In the absence of everything, something profound arises, the realization that even nothingness holds potential. Nothingness promises simplicity, a blank slate, free from clutter and distraction. But paradoxically, it is anything but empty. Think about how silence can amplify the faintest sound, or how a blank canvas invites infinite possibilities. What seems like void carries within it the seeds of creation, space for imagination, reflection, and transformation. Nothingness isn't merely the opposite of existence. It is its foundation, the quiet womb from which all things arise. Picture yourself floating in this boundless expanse, your thoughts unmoored from the usual anchors of time and place. You notice how the emptiness presses gently against your senses, not as absence but as presence. It occurs to you that nothingness isn't inert, it's dynamic. In its stillness lies the potential for movement, in its silence, the promise of sound. A pause between notes makes music meaningful, a gap between stars gives shape to constellations. Emptiness defines fullness, just as darkness reveals light. Now zoom out from the void. The paradox of nothingness mirrors broader existential dilemmas we face daily. Think about moments of loss or uncertainty. Are they truly empty, or do they create space for growth and renewal? Or consider meditation practices that embrace stillness, using the nothing of thoughtlessness to cultivate clarity and peace. In each case, nothingness resists simple dismissal, forcing us to weigh competing values: absence versus presence, emptiness versus potential. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that nothingness isn't something to fear but to embrace. True creativity and understanding often arise from spaces of emptiness, where preconceptions dissolve and new ideas take root. Like stars emerging from the depths of night, meaning shines brightest when framed by nothingness. Perhaps the challenge lies not in filling every moment but in trusting the power of what lies between. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between absence and abundance, silence and significance. As you drift into stillness, imagine the void dissolving into starlight, its emptiness merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of possibility unfolding across time. Number 94. The Paradox of Eternity. Imagine standing on a quiet beach as twilight fades into night, the waves lapping gently at your feet. Above you, the sky stretches endlessly, dotted with stars that have burned for billions of years, and will continue to burn long after you're gone. You feel the weight of eternity pressing softly against your awareness, vast and incomprehensible. Yet, as you gaze upward, a quiet thought arises. If eternity is infinite, how can any single moment hold meaning? This is the essence of the paradox of eternity. Infinity gives life its grandeur but also makes individual moments feel fleeting and fragile. Eternity promises timelessness, a boundless expanse where nothing truly ends. But paradoxically, it sharpens our awareness of impermanence. Think about how the brevity of human life gains poignancy when contrasted with the endless cycle of stars or the relentless rhythm of tides. What seems eternal dwarfs us, yet it also amplifies the significance of the present. A single heartbeat, a shared laugh, or even the quiet act of watching the sun dip below the horizon takes on profound weight precisely because it exists within an infinite continuum. Picture yourself kneeling in the cool sand, tracing patterns with your fingers as the waves erase them almost instantly. You notice how each wave carries traces of something older, shells worn smooth by centuries of motion, grains of sand shaped by forces beyond comprehension. It strikes you that eternity isn't just out there in the cosmos, it's woven into the fabric of every moment. Even the most ordinary acts, breathing, speaking, loving, are threads in an unbroken tapestry stretching across time. Now zoom out from the beach. The paradox of eternity mirrors broader philosophical dilemmas we face daily. Think about humanity's legacy. Are our achievements insignificant against the backdrop of eternity, or do they ripple outward in ways we may never see? Or consider the concept of memory, where moments live on through stories, art, and connection, bridging the finite with the infinite. In each case, eternity resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: permanence versus transience, insignificance versus impact. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that eternity isn't separate from the now, it's contained within it. True fulfillment arises not from trying to grasp infinity but from fully inhabiting the fleeting instants that compose it. Like stars scattered across the night sky, eternity shines brightest when experienced one moment at a time. Perhaps the challenge lies not in fearing the infinite but in finding eternity in the everyday. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between forever and now, vastness and intimacy. As you drift into stillness, imagine the beach dissolving into starlight, its sands merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of timeless presence unfolding across time. Number 95. The Paradox of Now. Imagine standing in a sun-dappled meadow, the air alive with the hum of bees and the soft rustle of grass swaying in the breeze. Before you, a single flower blooms, a burst of color against the green expanse. You focus on its petals, their delicate curves and vibrant hues drawing you into the moment. Yet, as you breathe deeply, a quiet thought arises. This perfect now is already slipping away, carried forward by the relentless flow of time. This is the essence of the paradox of now. The present is all we truly have, yet it exists only briefly before becoming the past. The present promises immediacy, a way to anchor ourselves in the here and now, free from the weight of what has been or the uncertainty of what will be. But paradoxically, the more we try to grasp the moment, the more elusive it becomes. Think about how a photograph captures a split second, freezing it forever, yet robbing it of the very aliveness that made it special. What feels eternal in the moment, laughter, sunlight, a heartbeat, is fleeting, dissolving into memory almost as soon as it occurs. Picture yourself sitting cross-legged in the meadow, the warmth of the earth beneath you grounding your thoughts. You notice how the light shifts subtly, casting new shadows and illuminating different details with each passing second. It strikes you that the present isn't static, it's dynamic, a continuous unfolding rather than a fixed point. To chase the now is futile. Instead, true presence comes when we stop chasing and simply allow ourselves to be part of the flow. The act of noticing, the bee hovering near the flower, the coolness of the breeze, is itself the essence of living fully in the moment. Now zoom out from the meadow. The paradox of now mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about our obsession with documenting life through photos and videos. Are we preserving memories or missing the experience itself? Or consider mindfulness practices that urge us to stay rooted in the present while acknowledging the pull of distractions and anxieties about the future. In each case, the present resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: action versus stillness, awareness versus distraction. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that the present isn't something to hold on to but something to inhabit. True fulfillment arises not from clinging to moments but from embracing their impermanence. Like stars shimmering in the night sky, the now shines brightest when appreciated without attachment. Perhaps the challenge lies not in capturing the moment but in trusting that it is enough to exist within it. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between holding on and letting go, being and becoming. As you drift into stillness, imagine the meadow dissolving into starlight, its colors merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of timeless presence unfolding across time. Number 96. The Paradox of Perception. Imagine standing in a quiet forest at twilight, the air thick with the scent of damp leaves and pine. Around you, shadows stretch and shift as the fading light dances through the trees. You focus on a cluster of mushrooms growing near the base of an ancient oak, soft, earthy, and strangely beautiful. But then a thought arises: are these mushrooms truly as they appear, or is their essence shaped by your own mind? This is the essence of the paradox of perception. Reality exists independently, yet our experience of it is filtered through subjective lenses, making truth both universal and deeply personal. Perception promises clarity, a way to interpret the world, to make sense of its chaos and complexity. but paradoxically it also distorts. Think about how two people can witness the same event yet recall it differently, each narrative colored by their unique perspectives, emotions, and biases. What we perceive isn't just raw data. It's a story woven from fragments of sensory input, memory, and imagination. Reality remains constant, but our understanding of it shifts like light refracting through a prism. Picture yourself kneeling beside the mushrooms, your fingers hovering just above their velvety caps. You notice how their colors seem to change subtly with the angle of light. One moment muted brown, the next glowing faintly golden. It occurs to you that perception isn't passive. It's active, a dynamic interplay between observer and observed. A sound becomes music when heard with intent. A shape takes form when seen with curiosity. Perception shapes not only what we see but also who we are. Now zoom out from the forest. The paradox of perception mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about cultural differences in interpreting art or language. Are some meanings universal, or do they depend entirely on context? Or consider debates over objective truth versus subjective experience, where facts collide with feelings in ways that challenge consensus. In each case, perception resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: objectivity versus subjectivity, certainty versus ambiguity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that perception isn't about finding absolute truth but about embracing multiplicity. True understanding arises when we acknowledge the limits of our own viewpoint while remaining open to others. Like stars shimmering differently depending on the observer's vantage point, perception gains depth when shared and questioned. Perhaps the challenge lies not in seeing clearly but in recognizing the filters through which we see. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between observation and interpretation, fact and feeling. As you drift into stillness, imagine the forest dissolving into starlight, its textures merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of endless perspectives unfolding across time. Number 97. The Paradox of Reality. Imagine standing in a quiet room, its walls bare except for a single mirror hanging before you. As you gaze into the glass, you see your reflection staring back, familiar yet somehow distant, a version of yourself shaped by angles and light. But then a question arises: is this image truly you or merely a constructed illusion? This is the essence of the paradox of reality. What we perceive as real may be filtered through layers of interpretation, leaving us to wonder where objective truth ends and subjective experience begins. Reality promises solidity, a tangible world governed by physical laws, where cause meets effect and facts remain immutable. But paradoxically, it often feels elusive, shaped as much by our minds as by external forces. Think about how dreams feel vividly real until we wake, or how memories morph over time, blending fact with fiction. What seems concrete can dissolve under scrutiny, revealing that reality isn't always what it appears to be. It's a mosaic of perceptions, beliefs, and contexts. Picture yourself reaching out toward the mirror, your fingertips brushing against the cool surface. You notice how the reflection mimics your movements perfectly, yet it exists only within the confines of the glass. It strikes you that reality isn't singular, it's plural. A tree might represent shelter to a bird, timber to a builder, or beauty to an artist. Each perspective adds dimension, reminding us that reality is less about absolutes and more about relationships. Without observers, would the world still exist? Or does observation itself give rise to meaning? Now zoom out from the room. The paradox of reality mirrors broader philosophical dilemmas we face daily. Think about scientific theories that redefine our understanding of the universe. Are they uncovering ultimate truths or constructing new frameworks? Or consider virtual worlds and artificial intelligence, which blur the line between the tangible and the imagined. In each case, reality resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: certainty versus uncertainty, objectivity versus relativity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that reality isn't fixed but fluid, shaped by both the seen and unseen. True insight arises when we embrace complexity, recognizing that multiple truths can coexist without contradiction. Like stars visible only through the lens of night, reality gains depth when viewed from different vantage points. Perhaps the challenge lies not in defining reality but in appreciating its boundless forms. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between what is and what seems, clarity and ambiguity. As you drift into stillness, imagine the room dissolving into starlight, its boundaries merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of unfolding perspectives across time. Number 98. The Paradox of Illusion. Imagine standing in a dimly lit theater, the air thick with anticipation as the curtain rises. On stage, a magician performs an act so mesmerizing that it defies logic. A dove vanishes into thin air, a woman levitates effortlessly, and objects move without visible cause. You know these feats aren't real, they're illusions, but they feel undeniably compelling, sparking wonder and disbelief in equal measure. This is the essence of the paradox of illusion. What we know to be false can still hold profound truth, revealing deeper layers of human perception and imagination. Illusion promises deception, a deliberate distortion of reality designed to entertain or astonish. But paradoxically, it also illuminates truths about ourselves and the world around us. Think about how optical illusions trick the eye yet reveal the brain's mechanisms for processing information, or how storytelling uses fictional worlds to explore universal emotions like love, fear, and hope. What seems unreal can tap into something profoundly authentic, bypassing literal understanding to touch the heart of meaning. Picture yourself sitting in the audience, your gaze fixed on the magician's hands as they weave their spell. You notice how every gesture is precise, every moment choreographed to perfection. Yet, despite knowing the tricks are crafted illusions, you find yourself leaning forward, caught up in the magic. It occurs to you that illusion isn't just about fooling the senses, it's about expanding them. By suspending disbelief, we open ourselves to new ways of seeing, feeling, and thinking. Illusions remind us that reality isn't always as straightforward as it seems. Sometimes what appears false carries hidden wisdom. Now zoom out from the theater. The paradox of illusion mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about media narratives that blur fact and fiction. Are they distorting reality or reflecting its complexities? Or consider cultural myths and rituals, which use symbolic imagery to convey timeless truths beyond words. In each case, illusion resists simple judgment, forcing us to weigh competing values: truth versus artifice, clarity versus mystery. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that not everything meaningful needs to be literal. True insight often arises when we embrace ambiguity, allowing ourselves to be moved by what lies beneath the surface. Like stars shimmering through a veil of clouds, illusions gain power when they point toward deeper realities. Perhaps the challenge lies not in rejecting falsehoods but in discerning the truths they conceal. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between appearance and essence, deception and revelation. As you drift into stillness, imagine the theater dissolving into starlight, its curtains merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of boundless imagination unfolding across time. Number 99. The Paradox of Truth. Imagine standing in a quiet library, its shelves lined with countless books, each one promising fragments of wisdom, answers to questions, or glimpses of ultimate truth. You pick up a volume and open it, only to find that the pages are filled not with clear facts but with contradictions, riddles, and shifting perspectives. It dawns on you, what we call truth is rarely absolute. Instead, it bends and evolves depending on who seeks it and how they see the world. This is the essence of the paradox of truth. Truth exists, yet it resists singular definition, revealing itself differently to each seeker. Truth promises certainty, a foundation upon which we can build understanding, make decisions, and navigate life. But paradoxically, it often eludes us, obscured by context, bias, and interpretation. Think about how history is rewritten through new discoveries, how scientific theories evolve over time, or how personal truths shift as we grow older. What feels undeniable at one moment may later be questioned, reframed, or even overturned. Truth isn't static, it's dynamic, shaped by the interplay between evidence, belief, and perspective. Picture yourself seated at a wooden table, surrounded by stacks of books, your mind racing with competing ideas. You notice how one author argues passionately for their version of events, while another challenges those claims with equal conviction. It strikes you that truth isn't something we simply uncover, it's something we construct. Facts exist independently, yes, but their meaning depends on the lens through which they're viewed. A single event might be celebrated as triumph by some and mourned as tragedy by others, each narrative carrying elements of truth. Now zoom out from the library. The paradox of truth mirrors broader societal dilemmas we face daily. Think about debates over objective versus subjective reality. Are there universal truths, or does everything depend on context? Or consider journalism striving to report the facts, even as cultural biases influence what stories are told and how they're framed. In each case, truth resists simple definitions, forcing us to weigh competing values: clarity versus complexity, consistency versus change. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that truth isn't a destination but a process. True understanding arises when we embrace nuance, recognizing that multiple truths can coexist without negating one another. Like stars scattered across the night sky, truth shines brightest when seen from many angles. Perhaps the challenge lies not in finding definitive answers but in remaining open to the endless unfolding of insight. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between certainty and ambiguity, fact and interpretation. As you drift into stillness, imagine the library dissolving into starlight, its books merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of perpetual discovery unfolding across time. Number 100. The Paradox of Paradoxes. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake as twilight descends, its surface reflecting the endless expanse of sky above. Each ripple distorts the mirrored image, creating patterns that are both familiar and strange. You notice how the water seems to hold infinite depths, yet it remains intangible, ever-changing with the wind and light. This is the essence of the Paradox of Paradoxes. Life itself is a tapestry woven from contradictions, where clarity emerges from confusion, freedom arises from constraints, and meaning blooms within uncertainty. Paradoxes promise insight, a way to grapple with the complexities of existence by embracing opposites rather than resolving them. But paradoxically, they resist resolution altogether. Think about how seeking control often leads to surrender, or how striving for permanence highlights impermanence. What feels contradictory on the surface reveals harmony beneath, a reminder that truth isn't always linear or logical but layered and multidimensional. Paradoxes challenge us to expand our thinking, inviting us to hold space for ambiguity without demanding closure. Picture yourself gazing into the ripples, watching as each wave intersects with another, forming intricate designs that dissolve almost as quickly as they appear. It occurs to you that paradoxes aren't problems to solve, they're invitations to explore. They teach us that strength lies in vulnerability, growth in discomfort, and wholeness in fragmentation. Like the interplay between shadow and light, paradoxes reveal that opposites coexist not in opposition but in balance, enriching our understanding of what it means to be human. Now zoom out from the lake. The Paradox of Paradoxes mirrors the very fabric of existence we navigate daily. Think about how love can feel both liberating and confining, or how progress often requires dismantling the old to make room for the new. In each case, paradox resists simplification, forcing us to weigh competing values: certainty versus mystery, unity versus diversity. But here's the beauty and wisdom of the paradox. It reminds us that life thrives in tension. True fulfillment arises not from eliminating contradictions but from embracing them, finding peace in their unresolved nature. Like stars scattered across the night sky, paradoxes gain brilliance when viewed as interconnected threads in the larger story of existence. Perhaps the ultimate paradox is this: the more we accept uncertainty, the closer we come to understanding. Let this idea settle gently in your mind, the delicate interplay between opposing forces, chaos and order, question and answer. As you drift into stillness, imagine the lake dissolving into starlight, its ripples merging seamlessly with the infinite cosmos, leaving behind only the quiet hum of boundless wonder unfolding across time. Friend, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. It really helps others discover this content. Subscribe to the channel for more thought-provoking, mind-blowing content you can unwind and relax to. And don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss a new video. Thanks for watching.